X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething torment they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you. I apologize for my multiple day absence. I promise I have a good excuse. There was a bit of a weather event that hit my area. Actually, a crazy enough one that it's worth making a whole segment about, which I will be doing later on in this very stream, so keep an eye out for that. Also, I don't know if it was because of... God, I might start with the segment about the storm, because it kind of led to me having a little bit of a sore throat. And so if you see me cough or like having to clear my throat or take a minute, it's because of that. I apologize. Hopefully in a couple days I feel better, but I'll explain the whole thing. Oh my god, it was an experience, that's for sure. The weather is a great excuse to not do certain things in life. Yeah. Listen, I'd never heard of a bomb cyclone before, alright? How is everybody doing, though? I hope all my Seattle-based fans are doing well. You've got power. You're safe. You didn't have a giant-ass, like, pine tree topple over in the wind and crush your house. I hope that didn't happen. What's up, Cute Bunny Chan? How you doing? Good to see ya. Hopefully you hit 100K within 24 hours. Ah, yes, I see you guys have been watching my sub count intensely. I actually have not been watching it that much. I feel like the subs go up faster when I'm not looking. I feel like it's a bit like looking at a clock. Like, it ticks slower when you're looking at it. And so I don't tend to look at my sub count too much, and I'll just check in on it every few hours and refresh the page and like, oh, okay, I gained some. But man, today, the sub growth has been insane. We are 25 gained subs away, which will absolutely hit this stream, like, probably before the end of this hour. From 99,300 subscribers. So we are actually about 700 subs away from 100,000. That's fucking crazy, guys. Thank you so much. Like, that is in large part due to the immense amount of support you guys have been providing. That's hitting the like button on these streams and my videos whenever they come out. And even just commenting something, no matter how simple and jokey it is, even if it's just who up Xander in their hall. Those comments and likes, that's how we got here. And that's how we continue to rise. Oh, hell yeah, Cute Bunny Chan. That sounds awesome. El Salvador vacation sounds fun. I've never had, like, a full-on tropical vacation before. My birthday was yesterday. Had a real good day at the Mall of America. Huh. Well, happy birthday, even if belated. I hope that you had a very memorable one. And I hope that your future birthdays are even better. Did you hear that Elon and Trump Jr. are joking about buying MSNBC? I heard about that, primarily because The Quartering made a video about it, and YouTube thought it prescient to recommend that to me. Heck yeah, glad the nonsense I comment helps. It really does. Even if you're just commenting nonsense, you can't think of anything to really comment, it does. I've started doing that myself, just commenting random, just nonsense jokes in the comment section of videos that I like, just to help them out a little bit. A like and a comment and a view. I'm doing my part. I love how the second I go live, my eyes, like, start to get tired. I hate it. You know what's probably the reason for that? Guys, I'm back on my bullshit. I'm back on my bullshit, and oh my god, does it go crazy. Now, because of the storm, the last couple days, while I did get my power back fairly quickly, what I did not get back was stable internet. My internet every few hours would go out, and it would be like, unplug my modem, plug it back in, unplug it, plug it back in, unplug it, plug it back in, and after 20 minutes it would finally come back, and then I'd have power again for a few hours, not power, internet again for a few hours, and then it would die again for like 20 minutes to 30 minutes. And I looked it up, and I figured out that my ISP probably had some, like, infrastructure damage during the cyclone. And so this meant that people were having intermittent outages in my area. And I looked at the reporting map, and yeah, my street had a good few outages with my ISP, so it makes sense. And they said they were going to get that fixed up, and I have not had a problem since. But when I did have internet yesterday, my buddy Ethan, my buddy/editor Ethan, was like, "Hey Zan, you know, you really love Classic World of Warcraft, and you're playing the new Classic WoW server fresh server launch that came out a couple days ago, which I am, level almost 19 Undead Warrior, on the Night Slayer server, the PvP one, and he offered, what if I join Classic WoW? And then he suggests, what if I just get nice and inebriated, and we play WoW? And I was like, how's that sound? And I was like, dude, you have just presented an amazing day to me. That is absolutely what I would love to do today. So he gets his alcohol and boots up WoW. It's like, holy shit, my buddy's finally playing WoW. Let's go, dude. It's finally happening. He's finally playing Classic WoW. And he's hooked now. He's actually hooked, and I am so thrilled. We are going to build the ultimate guild in World of Warcraft Classic. We got fresh servers. I'm about to hit 100k subs, so we got a lot of people in the fan base that might be interested in joining. What a perfect confluence of perfect events to make this work ideally. Genuinely perfect. I really do hope that some of you guys are down to join my Classic WoW guild. It's pretty awesome. You're doing so well right now? Thank you, Pyro. I really appreciate it. You're so kind. I want to say thank you, though. Remember, yes, the channel's doing well, and that's due in part to me, you know, uploading more and trying to put a lot more effort into my content. I almost said a little, but I really mean a lot. But that wouldn't mean anything if you guys weren't doing your part. So the fact that the channel's doing so well is a sign that you guys are. So thank you. Hey Zan, did you get a haircut? I got a haircut like weeks ago, Simone says. My hair is just genuinely magic. Like, I don't understand it. Some days I brush it and it poofs. Some days I brush it and it, like, waves. Some days I brush it and it curls. Some days I brush it and it straightens. It's just like this. I don't know what to tell you. I have, like, a different head of hair every morning, it feels like. It's magic. Dude, barbers love me, dude. They, like, run their fingers through my hair and they're like, ooh, your hair's so thick. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I get that a lot. Sometimes they end up changing out the blades on the like, razor shaver things. Because my hair can clog those things up. What the fuck did I load into, lol? Okay, Fulcrum, I could have been talking about a lot of weird shit, and that was so far from the weirdest thing that I've, like, talked about on stream, out of context. Like, that's nothing, dude. What do you mean? What the Sigma? Barbers fondling your head is a bit odd, though. I mean, they just run their fingers through your hair to, like, get it moved around for cutting it. What do you mean it's weird? You pay them for a service. What are you talking about? Zan, remind them about what dentists know. We do have quite a few new viewers here, but I don't feel like cursing them today with knowledge. You're not the only one cursed with knowledge. Enjoy your hairline while you can, brother. Oh, if I start to go bald, I'm gonna go all in. You raw dog baldness, and what that means is you get a razor, and you shave all of your hair off, and you go full bald, and you own it. You just do that. That's how that works. I genuinely think the cringe thing is people who, like, copium hold on to their hair once their shit is, like, rough. Like you look at it and you're just like... You know? That's what most people who start going bald do. You shave it off? Yeah, that's what you do. You shave it off. Like, being fully bald looks good. I've never seen a dude out in public who just rocked a fully bald head and thought, ew. Ugh. I know it's like a meme from the, like, SpongeBob thing, but I don't even bat an eye at it. It's just like, oh, that guy's rocking a bald head. That's pretty normal. Like, that doesn't matter. No one bats an eye. But when someone's got, like, an insane amount of balding going on, and they've still got, like the crown type balding, it's like, man, just rock a fully... Just shave it all, and rock the fully bald head. You'll look good. Like... I shaved my head today, lol? Hell yeah, random crap react. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, if you start to lose your hair, just do away with it, man. You're a bald guy now. Or a bald woman, even. Because, can't women get, like, things like alopecia and it makes their hair, like, not grow? What's up, Mr. Krabs? Thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Says, I got a meme for you and chat. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Bald women are beautiful. Have you seen Black Panther? I mean, yes. I have. Also, I know Denai Guerrera, not from Black Panther, but from The Walking Dead, where she plays Michonne. Not bald in that, but she is bald in real life. Regardless, yes. Denai Guerrera rocks that hard. She rocks it incredibly well. Mostly because Denai Guerrera is just gorgeous, but, you know. The things I'd let her do to me, dude. I hope she never sees this clip, but because I'd love to meet her one day. But man, I'd let her cut my head off with a katana. I'd let her use a katana to cut my lower jaw off, then wrap a rope around my neck and use me as like a deterrent from getting bitten by walkers. I would let her do that. I would. A lot of you guys in chat do not know what I am talking about, but once we get to Season 3 of The Walking Dead and the watch parties, ho-ho, you'll know what I mean. You'll know what I mean and you'll agree. I don't think Michonne's actress has alopecia. I just said she has, like, she rocks the bald look. Someone else in chat brought her up, and I was responding to the person in chat who brought her up. God, pay attention. God. Pay attention to the flow of the conversation. Oh my God. Like you've got ADHD or something, bro. Wow. Dude, I actually do a pretty decent impression of the criminal dude from The Simpsons. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna rob you. Hand over the money. I guess that also doubles as a good impression of Duffman, right? Duffman! No, I can't do Duffman. Damn. Why do my eyelashes do this? It must be the, like... It must be the fact that I always shower right before stream. Mostly because I like hot water, and it warms me up, and I don't want to get cold during stream. I don't know why my body temperature is hard to regulate. And so I like to take a hot shower before stream. And I think the hot water makes my skin dry. And I've been meaning to buy some lotion for my face for a while now, but I just keep forgetting. Because it's only when I'm live that it ends up being this, like, frustrating thing. And then I stop thinking about it by the time I've ended stream. And when I go shopping, it's certainly far from my mind. So I just keep forgetting. I need to, like, write it down on my hand or something. It puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. True. Xander Hall, here's the meme link that I promised from my $2 donation. Ah, yes, thank you. I appreciate it, 134. Alright, so I am quite triggered right now because for some reason, the gods of the internet decided to open that link in the wrong window. Fantastic. Alright, let's check out this One Piece meme, and then we've got quite a few other donations to read. Thank you, by the way, guys. Y'all are based. I already know where this is going. I like Frank Reynolds in The Last of Us and the scene where Joel's daughter's about to get absolutely game-ended. I can guess what this is gonna be.
Sick.
So anyway, I started blasting. Oh shit, this is well edited.
Frank, you just killed a kid!
Okay, this is great.
Speaking of which, where are they?
Ellie. Whoa. What the hell's everybody doing in my apartment?
It's perfect because that does look like Frank's apartment.
We having a gangbang?
Come on, boost me up.
Boom! Die, you sucker! Hey, you guys.
Holy shit.
Look, I found this garden hose, right? I'm gonna use it to pump fresh air into the building and breathe into it like a scuba diver. I'm gonna try it out. Oh, botched. Oh, I botched that one. Oh, that's a botched job.
Now this man loves life.
That's bleeding. I need some trash to plug up the cut.
You got it.
Ah, get him! Get him!
I need some trash.
Swear to me that everything that you said about the Fireflies is true.
You gonna be crybabies about it? All right. Take my gun. Yeah.
That scene is from one of my favorite episodes of It's Always Sunny. Oh my god. Oh, I do love It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's a great show. I was talking to Ethan this morning about Hassan platforming the Houthi pirate kid, who now Hassan argues was never a Houthi, and the media and people who don't like Hassan just racistly accuse him of being a Houthi, and he's just a normal Yemeni teenager, despite the fact that he is popular because of posting videos of ships that he and the Houthi pirates have taken over and captured. And Hassan at one point, I remember, argued, well, look, in these photos, the Houthi kid and the people that they took hostage are smiling, like they're doing peace signs at the camera. And at that moment, when I was explaining this whole, like, back and forth, this discourse to Ethan, I realized, so basically, he literally did the Dennis Reynolds bit from It's Always Sunny. We're on a boat in the middle of nowhere, miles and miles of ocean as far as the eye can see, and I'm a Houthi pirate who's just boarded their ship, and we've got guns. And, you know, what are they going to do when I get the camera out? Not smile and give a peace sign? Of course they are, because they're not going to say no because of the implication. It's literally that exact scenario on a boat in the middle of nowhere. Of course they smiled and gave peace signs to the camera in those photos because of the implication. It's literally the exact scenario. Isolated in the middle of nowhere, no one there to help you on a boat. Of course, they smiled and took photos of the Houthi pirates because of the implication. Anyway. Meowixen, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. You're so based and so kind. It says, right as when Netscape comes back from the dead, the US government forces Google to sell Chrome. Netscape was the company that made the US government call Microsoft a monopoly. The US government is forcing Google to sell Chrome? Jesus, that's a big deal. I'm gonna have to look into that. Thanks for the knowledge on that. Thank you, Meowixen. I hadn't heard. Thank you for the $5 as well, by the way. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, hey Zan, Perry, Trans Daughter of Water, and I played the Among Us Death Note game on stream, so here's a classic. And then linked. Let me go ahead and open up that link really fast so I've got it ready. Death Note, but they order fast food. Watch a minute of this, because we watched it on stream before, okay? Thank you for the $5, Perry Icefire. Princess Kristinoke, thank you for the tier 1 sub as well. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. You are so pog. Says, hey Zan, welcome back, and I'm glad you made it through the storm, heart. Hype for 100k. Indeed, I am quite excited to get that silver play button. Let's hope we hit the, you know, who knows? The channel could just pitter out and die before we hit 100k in the next, like, 700 subs. You know, it could just stop gaining subs, and we could lose 1,000. You know, who knows? So I'm not going to talk about it like it's already happened. But I am very excited to get a silver play button, guys. That is, like, genuine. Like, dreamed of that since those existed growing up as a kid. It's gonna be a pretty big deal, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna make a funny noise when it finally arrives, and I'm gonna be glad I won't be on camera when I make that noise, because it would be clipped. It will be very high-pitched. Alright. Thank you so much for the support. I do appreciate it, Princess Kristinoke, and thank you for the kind words. And then Ride the Rails with the tier 1 gifted sub to Green Moon 2040. I hope Green Moon appreciates the free blue name. Thank you, Ride the Rails. How kind of you. Says, don't worry, I gotcha. Oh, I guess you were taking care of Green Moon not having a blue name. Well, hell. Thank you, I appreciate it. It means a lot. What a great way to start the stream. I also want to thank Bonnie Thomas, who about 6 hours ago apparently bought some Xanderhall merch, which that's... By the way, I've got merch. It's pretty reasonably priced, too, because I don't really make a profit off of it. Don't really intend to. I just want to have merch and that to be a thing and for people to wear it. It feels legitimizing, okay? So thank you to Bonnie Thomas for buying one Xanderhall logo long sleeve t-shirt. I imagine you bought it because it's cold out now, but we've also got tank tops, we've got t-shirts, we've got long sleeve shirts, sweaters, I believe, and a few other things. I need to recheck the store to make sure they haven't, like, at one point ran out of stock for a certain base for items and then took the store option down, because sometimes I've got to re-add things whenever, like, a supply issue happens with Streamlabs, like, basic, like, prints. Anyway. Zan, merch link? In the description of every video and stream, there's a link to a merch store. It's in the description, and it's actually a Streamlabs thing where I don't work like with a company that mass produces a product and then sells it and ships it and stuff. Instead, what Streamlabs offers is, and you can do this today if you're a streamer, is you can design some basic merch designs, upload that to the store. They've got basic templates for you to work from, and then whenever someone orders one, they make the piece of merch to order, and then they ship it to the person and handle everything but the designing of the merch. It's like a super, not exactly profitable, but very easy, early way of having some type of merch as a small creator. Otherwise, you need to have enough money to, like, work with a company and pay for the basic stock, like the basic inventory. It's a lot. You already have to be pretty wealthy and successful to have merch, so Streamlabs is offering a pretty dope service with that. Thank you, though, Bonnie Thomas. I really appreciate it, and I hope you appreciate and enjoy your new long-sleeve shirt. Hey, Xander Hall, you're the best. I can't wait for you to hit 100k subscribers. Thank you, Sarah Mivbuldulu. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Xander Hall, Demon Mama, Keffels, and a few other streams try to destroy your channel, but now look at them. They're gone and or destroyed their own channels. It's just depressing. Yes, they went after me with, like, really vitriolic attacks and wanted to, like, harm me both as a person and a creator. But, man, it's just sad, you know? On so many levels, it's all just sad. You know, I don't know. I don't consider it like this big triumphant thing. I consider it more like, I don't know, just like being that one. It feels like graduating from high school. No, it feels like graduating from college and then looking back at your old high school class and being like the only one whose life didn't get fucked up, you know? Like, a few of your old classmates died, drug overdose, car accident, that kind of thing. A few others are in prison. A few others are, like, really fucked over in their situation. Yeah. Damn, the booba shirt is too small for me. Do I need to, like, find a way to add more sizes? I don't know if Streamlabs offers more. I'll try to see. Yeah, I didn't know what else to call the female tank top than a booba shirt. So I called it a booba shirt because I thought it'd be funny. Actually, no, I don't think it's a tank top. I think it's like a sports bra or something. I don't know. Like an exercise shirt tank top thing? I don't know. I don't know women's clothing. I just saw it was an option, and so I clicked it, and I was like, all right, let's make a Xander Hall sports bra. That'd be funny. It's a sports bra, yeah. That's funny as hell. Wear my logo on your breast. Do that if you're a woman and if you're a man, actually. It is not a sexual thing, it's more of a military force type thing. You must represent the Xander Hall army. The strongest army in the world. We've got the biggest force, both in reserves and active service. Recent subscriber here, I appreciated your video on Shitter. He wants us back. By the way, your stream description has a link to Shitter, not Blue Sky. Oh yeah, I need to update that. I forgot. Let me do that really fast. I can do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. You gotta go to settings, and then you gotta go to upload defaults, and you gotta go to description, and scroll down, and you go down to... There's my Twitter link. I'm gonna change that to Blue Sky. And then I'm going to nuke the Twitter link, because I don't care if people follow me there anymore. I don't post. And good God, my Blue Sky is active. Every time I click it, I've got the max amount of notifications you can have. Like literally more engagement on Blue Sky than Twitter now. Probably mostly because I'm a like lefty figure, and Twitter has like killed engagement on lefty accounts for a while. But hot damn. Okay, now I copy paste the Blue Sky link there and hit. Actually, I'm gonna copy that whole thing. I'm gonna change up the description of like this stream and the last few videos. All right, my upload defaults are now saved, so instead of Twitter, it's gonna link to my Blue Sky. Dope. And then on top of that, I want to change the current one. So let me go to content. Let me go to live. Let's edit that description and replace the Twitter link with my Blue Sky link. Save. Alright, now if you refresh the page, you should get a link in the description to my Blue Sky. And I'm also going to do that for at least the 3 newest videos, because why not? Those videos are also doing pretty well, so I might as well make sure that a decent amount of the people who watch them end up coming to my Blue Sky. Feels smart. Thank you for letting me know about that, by the way. That's a good call. I've been meaning to do this, but I kept forgetting. Unfortunately, I probably have some kind of ADHD or something like that, or whatever. I don't know. And I forget a lot of basic shit. Then again, maybe that's just completely 100% normal. Anyway, yo! Speaking of which, when I went back to the main page, I noticed we are now at 99,304 subs. We did it, guys. 700 subscribers away from 100,000. Good God. Thank you for the support, guys. Y'all are crazy. I might go as far as to say, you're even the best. Hey, Aleakai, how you doing? Sorry, I meant to say hi to you a second ago, but I kept getting distracted by stuff. Meowixen, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. You are so freaking based. And Pog said, also, I should say this. Do not get the latest, parentheses, yes, sadly, this is official, version of Netscape. It's Chromium base, which is ironic because Netscape would become Firefox, and it seems to be shady. I'm fine using my Opera for now, unless it pisses me off again. I don't know, maybe I'll replace it. But for now, I am very much appreciating Opera GX. It works well enough for me. Thank you for the $5, though, Meowixen, and for the information. Delancer, our resident doctor in chat, thank you for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. Very kind of you. Said, Xanderhall, the final count is over, and Harris got 48.6% of the votes, and Trump got 49.9% of the votes. Less than 1%, third part, almost 2% was blank. Are you doing the nuclear power video this stream or next? I might do the nuclear power video, period, but if so, it'll be next stream. I'm not sure yet. There is a lot of other stuff to talk about, but we'll see. Yeah, I expected that like lead on Trump with the popular vote to tighten at least a bit, so that doesn't surprise me. Damn, the popular vote was pretty close after all. It doesn't matter though. People are only going to remember the results on election night, and believe me, the right is only going to talk about and tout and refer to the results as they looked on election night. Zan just gave you another sub with my new channel. I appreciate that, though I will say, as much as I do appreciate subs on the channel, making an alt and subbing with it is not necessarily helpful to the channel, because you probably won't be watching on that account, and so YouTube will just see that as an inactive viewer, and best case scenario, they'll just like purge the subscriber off of the sub count, like after a few months. Worst case scenario is they consider it a low engagement rate from your own subscribers, and YouTube doesn't like that. But I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Camsterdance. And then Intel Fox 51, thank you. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. With the tier 4 sub over on YouTube, now going on for 6 months, half a year. Oh my gosh, dude. Holy crap. Half a year. Damn, Intel Fox. Thank you so much for the continued support on the channel. That is wild. You are genuinely goated. Thank you. Said I made it to 6 months of tier 4. Shame there's no other color to reach besides yellow. Maybe I'll add a tier 5. I might do that in the future. Add like an insane tier 5 that's like, I don't know, like rainbow colored, like it changes color or something. That would be cool. Like a color changing or pick your own color would go hard for like tier 5. That would be neat. You can pick your own color when you get tier 5 sub. You can make it like $200 or something. You must pay 1/5 of my monthly rent to have your funny pick your own color. Anyway, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I appreciate it, IntelFox51. You are goated. Thank you so much for your continued support. Shout out to you. Thank you. And as I said before, thank you to you as well, Delancer. I really appreciate it. You're so kind. And then Aleakai, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. So it's been a while. Thinking of relaunching my political channel. Wanting to swing by and say hi and give you some some watch time while the Cool or Polycule plays Elden Ring. Happy Polyamory Awareness Day. Hell yeah. You should consider hopping on Classic World of Warcraft. We're starting a proper guild now that I'm at 100k subs almost. We're starting a proper guild with some real numbers. It's been 2 days and I'm already at level 20 on my Undead Warrior. I've gotten quite good at Classic WoW, so I can optimize my leveling and probably hit 60 by the end of next week. I don't think it'll take me more than 2 weeks to get to 60. And boy, am I leveling my professions and gaining gold fast too. I've gotten really good at Classic. And so I'm hoping, now that I've gotten a bunch of other, like, personal friends into the game that previously didn't have interest in the game, they tried it out and now they're into it, I think I've got the base level needed to really get a WoW guild going. We've already got a very successful and active FF14 free company going. And a new patch came out for FF14, so in the coming months I'll be returning to that, so keep an eye out for it. But for a while now, I've been wanting to get back into Classic, and now that there's fresh servers launched, frankly, I've got some friends who want to do the grind to get Scarab Lord and get the Black Karaji battle tank. That's what I want. The Black Karaji battle tank, please. $200 to choose an off-white gray that's barely distinguishable from the default white. Yeah, you just end up getting, like, a really bright, like, striking white for your name that's, like, more bright than the grayish color that the names have in chat by default. And so it's, like, barely noticeably different. Cirrus WoW collab. When I actually talked to Cirrus in WoW the other night through the WoW chat, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get Cirrus convinced to hop off of Season of Discovery and onto the new Classic servers so we can play some WoW just like old times. People don't know this unless they've watched my streams a lot, but me and Cirrus have played a lot of Classic WoW together. Me and Homeboy have ran Scarlet Monastery. We have been all up in the armory from like 10 a.m. until 5 a.m. That, like, nearly fucking 24 hours we have played that game straight. Just, like, unhealthy grind back in, like, 2019. It was wild, dude. Like, trust me, me and Cirrus played a lot of WoW, and I would love to get Cirrus back on that shit. Cirrus is good at Classic. I'm super helldiving against the Terminid solo with this in the background. Hell yeah, and B312. May you fight well for democracy. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Aleakai. Sounds cozy. And then Pepper T21 as well with the $5 reduce. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It says, is it Classic Base or Cataclysm Classic? Also Horde or Alliance? Also, I require the link. Oh yeah, I'll go ahead and put a link to the Discord for the WoW Guild in both chats, and you guys can join it if y'all are interested. Let me do that really fast, actually. Create invite. Your invite link expires. Never. No limit. Generate new link. Copy. There we go. Join the Discord server for my WoW guild if it interests you guys. Join it. Join it, join it, join it. And to answer your question, Pepper T21, we are playing on the PvP WoW Classic Vanilla Anniversary server called Night Slayer. It is a PvP server, and we're playing on Horde. Horde. Night Slayer under the Anniversary tab of just straight up Classic. Not Classic Burning Crusade, Waddle K, Cataclysm, Pandaria, just straight up Classic, Vanilla Classic. And we're on the fresh Anniversary PvP server, Night Slayer. We'll make sure you get all the right info once you join the Discord. I'm actually curious how many people end up joining. based. If WoW had the graphics of their trailers, I would definitely play. That is the most brain rot thing I've ever heard someone say, Shadow Miner. I hope you know that. That gave me brain damage reading that. If WoW had the graphics of the trailers, I'd play. Like, you have no hang-ups over the gameplay or the story or anything. It's just the game has a cartoony art style, and that just kills it for you. BC is and will always be the best expansion. Unpopular opinion, but I'm sticking to it. I don't think it's an unpopular opinion at all. I think technically, I mean, a lot of people think Wrath is the best, but like overall, I don't think you'd get a lot of shit if you said that BC was the best. I think most people would say BC was probably the best if you're a Classic Andy, because it was literally Classic Plus. Like, you had everything from Classic or Vanilla was still completely valid and worth doing, but you also had an entirely new, like, 10 levels and more raids and harder content after you hit 60. And once Wrath got introduced, a lot of stuff got made irrelevant, pretty much. And that was the first time that happened, so I can see why people would prefer... I prefer BC to Wrath. I like Wrath, but honestly, BC, I'd honestly argue is my favorite too. I never played WoW, but I freaking loved Warcraft 3. Just finished it recently. I do kind of want to find out what happened afterwards, though. How much of WoW goes into that? Oh my god, Princess Kristinoke. Can we, guys, can we please, can we just watch the Wrath of the Lich King trailer? Wrath of the Lich King trailer. I think they even remastered it, dude. Oh my god. You want to know how much the Warcraft story is relevant in World of Warcraft? Let me tell you. Classic, Burning Crusade, and Wrath of the Lich King are a trilogy of expansions for WoW. Well, base game and then the 2 expansions are a trilogy of WoW that all are the continuation of it. And if you don't believe me, well, here's what happened to Arthas. Get ready for one of the best trailers ever made. And it, like, when I tell you, like, this trailer is one of the best trailers ever made in the history of gaming. Mind you, it's 14 years old. It is aged immaculately.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas.
How did you not know about this, Princess Kristinoke? This is the sequel to what you played. Warcraft 3 fans in chat are nutting. This is the new Fortnite
My child,
season.
I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power.
Yeah, we're doing a political segment about the problematic history of Arthas Menethil. I'm exposing him.
stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
The Lich King did nothing wrong. No, Arthas did nothing wrong. The Lich King did many bad things. Yeah. So that was the second expansion, the third, I guess, part of World of Warcraft, the last good expansion that a lot of classic Andes will tell you. Burning Crusade tells the story of what happened to Illidan. Obviously, Arthas and Illidan fought at the end of Warcraft 3. You find out what happens to Illidan, deal with him in Burning Crusade. You go to Outland, you fight the Burning Legion. It's dope. And then in Wrath of the Lich King, you go to Northrend. You got to deal with the Lich King and the Army of the Scourge before they kill everyone and everything on the planet. And then in Classic, it's basically your character's building up of power in the aftermath of Warcraft 3 and the rest of the Warcraft games in that world, like getting to explore it and, you know, just building up your character's power. That's Classic. And then you get Burning Crusade. You deal with Illidan, his whole deal, the Legion, all that. And then you get to Wrath of the Lich King, and you deal with Arthas. Have I played War Within yet? No, I haven't. Because a big reason why I do not like modern WoW is the way that they format the questing experience. And I realized this when I was playing expansions as the new patches came out. It felt pretty good, and I didn't understand why some of my friends I tried to get into retail were having such a bad time with just the basic questing experience, and I realized they'd gotten in a few patches deep. And so the game tries to fast forward you or like give you parallel options of going through the story in a way that completely sequence breaks and makes nothing make any sense. At least that was the case in Dragonflight and the expansions before. If you're not playing the quests and the patches as they release, if you get behind and then you hop on, you're going to be really confused about what you're supposed to do. And that was the experience of most of my friends that I got into the game. So I'm going to get into War Within purposefully late. See if the catching up experience is like coherent and the questing has been streamlined and made better in terms of the main like MSQ of the expansion. And that is going to be a big judge about the expansion's quality. So I need to wait a little bit and hop in when I'm late and see how, as a late, just getting in mid-expansion player, how it plays. Because if it plays like shit, just like all the rest, if it's completely broken up and hard to like figure out what quest I should do next, it's a big problem. I want to see it for myself, Pepper T21. Don't spoil it. Should I play WoW or Classic? Well, you should play WoW Classic with us, Princess Kristenoke, because Classic, Vanilla, which is what we're playing, is right after the events of Warcraft 3. Like, you have, like, the different races are all attached to the events of Warcraft 3. I play as the Forsaken, for example. The Forsaken are a faction of Scourge that broke free of the Lich King's hold and now have a vengeance out for him. And they have taken up the ruins of Lordaeron, and they now live in its, like, basements, and they built what's called the Undercity, which is, like, the city of the sentient undead who broke free. Yeah, Sylvanas' Scourge. They're called the Forsaken, though. And Sylvanas leads them, and, you know, you're in the basement of Undercity, or the basement of Lordaeron there with Undercity, and that's your capital city that you start in, or near, I should say, when you play as a Forsaken. But then, of course, you've got, like, the Orcs, right? Who, if you've played the rest of the Warcraft games, you know their whole deal. They're set up in Durotar, and they've got their city of Orgrimmar and everything. It's cool. Like, the starting point of your character is very much based on the situation that group was left in at the end of Warcraft 3. So Warcraft fans were very much, you know, pleased with the story of Classic, TBC, and Waddle K. Not gonna lie, part of why I don't go back to WoW is they did Sylvanas sturdy. That's just not true. Like, I'm not going to defend Shadowlands or BFA because they were bad, but the talking point that they ruined Sylvanas' character is just untrue. Sylvanas was always evil. You can fight me on this, but you have simp goggles on if you think that's not true. Sylvanas in Classic is initially having you as a Forsaken in the starter zone, like, poison and kill Alliance prisoners by, like, tricking them into drinking poison, all because she wants you to figure out how to create a disease that will help to vengefully kill the Scourge and the living who betrayed them. And it's even built up that they have no real allegiance to the Horde. They're just using the Horde to, like, get by and to survive. The Scourge, or not the Scourge, the Forsaken are arguably the closest to an evil race in WoW. And Sylvanas is definitely at least a little evil from the get-go. They did not ruin her character by making her super bad or doing genocide. That's actually very in line with her. She has always been a bitch. The only thing that really went against her character was the idea that she would ever cuck herself out to a person stronger than herself. Working for the jailer makes no sense for her, you know? Like, at least they remembered it makes no sense for her to work for the jailer in the end, but that was a fuck up. Like, they should have just had her be a ruthlessly girl boss evil bitch. That should have been what they did with her, not have her be serving someone else. Because she'd never do that. She would never do that. That's the fuck up. Besides that, though, everything she did was pretty in line with what you expect. At least I'd expect from her. This is my first stream. Welcome! I'm actually a WoW streamer now, I guess. Anyway. Anyway. Let's watch this meme video I was sent in a donation really fast. Death Note, but they order fast food. Actually, no, we don't have time. I'm sorry. We don't have time. We've watched this before on stream. We gotta move on. I've never touched World of Warcraft, never will, but hot women can do nothing wrong. True, but you should hop on WoW Classic, TSW Shadow Wolf. You are cringe if you don't at least try it. Alright. Pepper221, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. Very, very based. Sent a link. Nothing but a link.
Now you try. First get...
Okay, this one we will watch, because this one goes hard and is related. Thank you for the $5, Pepper221. Same goes to the additional $5 you gave. Thank you. And said, it is classic... Oh yeah, I already answered that one. My bad. I already read that one. My bad. Thank you, Pepper221. Hopefully I answered your question. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity, and then we're going to watch this meme video, and then it's about time we hopped into our segments, huh? We should probably hop into that. Pepper221 sent this meme video.
Get a jar. Patrick, that's the Frostmourne.
Yes.
Oh yeah, this goes absurdly hard. I love these videos. SpongeBob and do a fucking raid. Like Sylvanas. We got Sylvanas. This is so absurdly well edited.
You need
It's such a good fucking video.
the jar.
Yeah, he made another one after this where he gets Sulphurous Hand of Ragnaros, which I will get. I will get that in Classic. I will. I play as a warrior. I'm at level 20, almost. I'm at almost level 20. I'm at 19, just about to take to 20. Ran out of time before stream to hit 20. But I'm real close. And I'm leveling mostly solo as a warrior. And I'm already level 20 on like day 2, day 3 or whatever of the release, all right? I'm going to get noticed. And I'm going to get that. I'm going to have my own guild. You guys are going to let me get Sulphurous Hand of Ragnaros. I'm sorry. I get loot prio. That's the only rule of the guild. You guys have to grind for me. And I also, you have to give me 50% of your gold that you have per week. You also have to send a screenshot, or you have to screen share your bank and all your alts inventories and their banks too, to make sure you're not hiding any gold. And I expect 50% of all that you have every week, or I will G kick you. I go full Asmongold with it. For those that don't know, Asmongold used to have a bad reputation, not for his politics, but for the fact that he would just rinse his fans for as much as he could out of them in WoW. Just like he's not a grifter in real life. He does not give a rat's ass about money IRL. But dude, if he can get shitloads of gold from people in WoW, that's what he wants. Alright. Zan, WoW Dictator speedrun any %? I'm already there. I'm a good speedrunner, it turns out. Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Fulcrum, Trans Daughter of Water. You are based for that. It's a 12-monther too. Hot damn, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It says, taking part in the only genocide I support, the White Name genocide. Thank you. It says, begone, White Name. Here, Fulcrum, take this sub on me, Zanhart. Aw, thank you, Trans Daughter of Water. I really appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Then I'm going to take a sip of water, and then it's time for us to hop into our first segment of the day, because boy, is it already getting late. Also, sorry for no watch party yesterday, but I got good news for you guys. Instead of doing watch party tonight, to make up for that, we're going to do it tomorrow night. Do you guys know why? Tomorrow night is when the From Season 3 finale drops, which means instead of watching one new episode tonight, tomorrow night we get to watch the premiere of the finale. But before that, we get to watch the part 1 of the finale, because the finale is a 2-parter. Part 1 came out last week. It's fucking crazy. Great episode, by the way, and probably the best episode of the show so far, I would argue. Part 2 is going to be insane, dude. Like, genuinely insane. Big answers, it seems, are coming. And so we're going to be watching that tomorrow night, so we can watch part 1 and 2 of the finale all in one, and not have to wait a week for part 2. I had a donor message idea, but I'm going to save it for later. That's completely fair, Cleaver120. Please no spoilers, I don't have that streaming service. Critical Ox, you can always come to the watch parties. If I miss the finally with y'all, sorry, From night is family night. It's all good, don't you worry. The number of streaming services is too damn high. That is true. There are too many damn streaming services. Alex Wooten, you're cringe for not watching it. Alright. Let me get the first segment ready. Oh yeah, I know what we gotta talk about. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, I survived the Seattle bomb cyclone hit. I had never heard of the term bomb cyclone, nor did I know that Seattle got cyclones. They're basically just giant hurricanes, but I think they form in the North Pacific, and that's why they're called cyclones. If I'm not mistaken, that's where the name comes from. Maybe it's the direction they rotate in, though. I don't know. I don't know what the difference between a hurricane and a cyclone is, but it's probably not a substantial one. They're basically the same thing. It's how the air movements go. They're basically the same thing from how I look at them on the satellite, okay? Cyclones are Pacific, yes? Okay. They're specific to the Pacific, you might say. As I was saying, though, giant-ass, basically a hurricane hit Seattle. Now, I'm a Floridian. I'm pretty used to hurricanes. I know what to expect from them. Here's the thing, though. In Florida, after a hurricane, it never, ever gets cold. Hurricanes tend to bring hot, humid, musty air. And when you've got no power and no AC, that's some torture. Don't get me wrong, that is some torture. But in the case of this, it got down to like 45, 42 degrees the night that this thing hit. Now, I was streaming shortly before the cyclone made landfall. I knew that I was going to get my power knocked out. I just knew there was no way my power wasn't going out, okay? My power's gone out a few times here from storms. I knew this one was going to take it out. And I was stressed about that the entire stream, my last stream, before the storm hit. And so, I wrapped it up a little early, made sure to get my segments done, wrapped up stream, was surprised I still had power. And so I started charging up my phone, making sure it'd be full, and anticipating that there might not be any good service where I am, because sometimes my service is spotty, and that's like bad situation is to have spotty or no service when the power goes out on your phone. I anticipated that would happen too, and it did. So what I decided to do was charge up the phone and fill it up with YouTube videos. I got like, I have YouTube Premium, and so I can just download YouTube videos, but I can pick like what I want to download them in, like in 240p, and when I download them, it's all like very seamless and fast. So I spent like an hour after stream just downloading Creepcast, music, random videos I haven't seen before, so I'd have something new to watch as much as I could. And once I'd filled up my like phone space with as much as I could, I hung out in VC with my buddies until inevitably everything went to black. Everything cut out. It was around 10 p.m. when this happened, maybe like 9:30, 9:45, 10 p.m. the power went out. And it was weird because I kept looking out the window and there really wasn't much wind outside. There really wasn't. And so I was quite shocked by that, but all right, power was out. I prepared for this. I had everything ready. I was like genuinely like ready for it any second. So I basically just went, and there it is, right on cue when it happened. Now, I'd actually been running space heaters and had my heat on because it was expected to get real cold that night, and I did not want to freeze, right? I did not want to at least be miserably cold. So I got the house as hot as I could before the power went out, and that really did help. So once the power went out, I took the phone, put in the earbuds, walked upstairs, wrapped myself up in blankets, laid down on the couch, and I listened to YouTube videos, particularly Creepcast. And I will admit, it is quite the vibe to fall asleep in the pitch blackness during a storm listening to Creepcast. It is quite the vibe. So I fell asleep, and I woke up in the pitch blackness once again at 4 a.m. It took me like a few seconds to realize why it was still dark after opening my eyes. It was a little freaky for a moment, but then I reached my phone and like there was light, and so I realized, okay, I'm not blind. I can still see. The power's just out still. Okay. And the reason I'd woken up at 4 a.m. was because it was cold. The heat I'd trapped in the house was starting to go away, and it was starting to get pretty damn cold. and according to the thermometer I had up on the wall, it was about 51 degrees in my house. I got up to use the restroom, and just getting up, walking to the bathroom, going pee, and then walking back to the couch, I was shivering because it was so cold. Like, I couldn't hold any heat. And so I was like, damn, I've got to go into survival mode now. This power might not come back on until tomorrow morning, maybe. And so I went to every closet in my house and every bed in my house, and I ripped all the sheets, pillows, and blankets off, and I piled them up on my couch, which is where I chose to sleep. I like sleeping on my own couch. I don't know why. But in this case, it's ideal because the couch kind of has this like L-shaped thing with the seat and stuff. And so I basically draped some sheets and blankets over the couch in a way where I could like crawl under them, and it formed this little tent type deal. And then I burritoed myself inside of that and created this double layered, like, air insulated space where I could just wrap myself up, and I could like have the phone and a few glow sticks, which I used for light as well. No fire hazard with glow sticks. That's what I like to use instead of candles. A bunch of like glow sticks inside this thing. And at a certain point, it got warm enough in there because of my breath that I was able to just like take the blankets off myself, not be burritoed, and just sit in my little tent that I made and watch YouTube on my downloaded videos, just listening to Creepcast. And around like 5 or 6 a.m., the power came back on. Turned everything on. The power was on for good. It felt good. I didn't have any more outages after that. The internet, though, had occasional drops, particularly the next day. I woke up the next day to no internet and having to like unplug and plug shit back in. 51 is cold for you. Try 16. It can get under 20 here. Well, as I was saying, though, I'm from Florida. I had no power, and so it's like, what do you do, you know? I don't have like a ton of winter clothes because it doesn't really get that cold in Seattle, or at least it hasn't since I got here. So all I had that I could do to get warm was wrap myself up in blankets. And so I did that until the power came back on, and I thankfully did not freeze to death. Overall, it was a pretty like tame situation. Like, I got my power back pretty quickly, but I assure you, for me, while I had no property damage and my power came back on quick, for a lot of people, they had it so much worse. Holy shit. This is, for a matter of fact, one of the worst storms in decades to hit Seattle, or just Western Washington in general. In fact, I've got a local news article here, or news story here, about exactly this, and you can just tell from the first frame, the damage for some people was far worse. I got really lucky. Let's take a watch.
A bomb cyclone now blamed for 2 deaths and widespread damage in parts of Western Washington. Downed trees, slicing.
As you can see, it's up in the forests and in the mountains where they got hit hard by this. You would think that in these hills and like surrounded by trees, you'd be relatively safe, like they'd break up the winds or whatever. But no, it turns out the geography here does not do all that much to protect you from hurricanes. I always thought Florida gets hit bad because there's no, like, it's just flat. And don't get me wrong, the mountain range between me and the ocean definitely helped a little bit. But, man, even if Seattle's guarded by a mountain range, it can still fuck up this region pretty bad. Especially up north of Seattle. Like, north of Seattle. Oh my god, that's where they got hit bad. It's loud? Okay, I'll turn it down.
Into homes and cars, even slamming into a King County Metro bus. With live reports from the areas hardest hit by the powerful storm. Falling trees also knocking out power to more than 500,000 customers overnight.
Oh yeah.
Power crews working.
Record numbers of people still, days later, still do not have power.
Feverishly to restore electricity as fast as they can. We'll break down the areas hardest hit and get a timeline on
That's
power
a whole ripped off
restoration
roof.
plans.
Holy shit.
Viewer video and photos of the damage to homes and cars pouring into
That's a
Como
power
News this
outage.
morning. We'll show you some of the most stunning images over the next hour. This morning, we do breaking news team coverage of the extensive storm damage from the coast to the foothills with live crews in Bellevue, Issaquah, North Seattle, and the latest power outages from the live desk. The powerful storm now blamed for 2 deaths, both caused by falling trees. The first happened in Linwood at a homeless camp along Alderwood Mall Parkway. The other.
Yeah, you can see, like, this is where Seattle is, north of Seattle. up in Linwood and all up into here in these mountain passes. These mountain passes all got blizzard conditions, like snowed in. And then like all this just got wrecked immediately when the storm hit. Like they had power, they had no power all night, and they were constantly having trees fall and roads get blocked. Out here got a decent amount of damage too, and even in Bellevue area got a lot of damage. But for some reason, Seattle didn't get hit that hard. And on top of that, we got our power restored pretty fast, for the most part. It's the surrounding areas around Seattle that got really badly fucked, and they're still fucked.
Other in Bellevue's Bridal Trails neighborhood.
What's so crazy is, I live not necessarily close to Bellevue, but like I could get in the car and like be pretty close to Bellevue within a reasonable amount of time. And did you guys know the first ever Minecon, the one that was like just a fan or like put together event that Notch showed up at, the very first Minecon, the unofficial one technically, but I guess Notch was there so it was official, was in a park in Bellevue. Dude, if they did another Minecon in Bellevue, I'd definitely be able to go. Unfortunately, there'll never be another Minecon in person, probably. Not unless they get a new CEO. Address reveal when? When I feel like turning my life into a horde mode survival game. I feel like people will be showing up at my house. I got so many deranged haters.
A tree crashed into a home. That's where we begin our team coverage with Como's Lee Stoll. Lee?
Yeah, Holly, just a really unfortunate situation where we are, and every few minutes we are hearing emergency sirens, we're hearing chainsaws.
By the way, shout out to the line workers out there repairing and restoring power, because there are some bad conditions. Look at these roads. Many of them are completely blocked by massive, girthy trees. And so they have to, like, cut, like, there are workers that are having to clear the roads. Shout out to them. There are the line workers working in these conditions to get the power back on for all these people. And shout out to the people who have not gotten their power back.
Here in leaf blowers. The house behind me here, you can see this is where Bellevue Fire, they just showed up a couple of minutes ago, and just past us down that driveway you can see that horizontal tree that is sticking out now of the home that is down that driveway. It hit a corner of it just a few feet from where we are. We were talking to Bellevue police just a couple of minutes ago, and we're told a 65-year-old woman was taking a shower when a tree came crashing through this house at about 7 o'clock last night. Bellevue police, they shared some video with us of this home. Her husband was the one to call 911 in absolute shock at the time. She unfortunately died. Officers were here through the morning with her husband. A structural engineer is going to be called out to take a look at the home. And also just a few blocks away from here, we found trees that crashed into two more homes. A sunroom and a garage were damaged. Luckily, no one was hurt. Bellevue officers with...
Dude, you would think that these giant trees would be more susceptible to this wind. In Florida, it's a very common issue where the big pine or the palm trees get knocked over, but they're skinny and relatively light compared to these giant, monstrous trees that got blown over. Like, when a palm tree lands on your roof, it might not even break your roof, legitimately. It might not even, like, break through the roof. But when one of these fuckers drops onto your house, it might just cleave your house in half and hurt someone or kill them in the process. It's really scary. I didn't realize that Washington State had storms that can rival Florida. And remember, these are only going to get worse with climate change.
Decades on the job say they have never seen anything like this before.
If you could imagine, we had the cyclone going on, the bomb cyclone going on, emergency responders were going all over. And, you know, put yourself in that situation. It's dark, it's raining, it's windy. A tree had just fallen on a house, and so first responders.
It's not just dark, it's pitch black, because the sky is blotted out with clouds from a storm, so you can't see the moon or any light from the stars. You've got no power. All you've got is what power you've got in battery, like flashlights and stuff like that. It's weird. Why is the chat on screen different than YouTube chat room? Well, Marco12377, I have a website chat. As you can see in the little message there on the top right, if you click that, you can see I've got a website chat, and that's the chat that you see on screen. It's where most of the chatters are. It's the chat that I most frequently read. I highly recommend you consider making an account on the website and chatting over here. It's way better.
Are just working as hard and as best they can.
Yeah, just an exhausting night for so many people out here. We're told the husband of the woman who has killed has family in the area. He does have support. He will have a place to go. Now, Bellevue police are telling us one of the biggest issues they're having is people driving through blacked out intersections. They really want everyone to take it slow. Call 911 if you have an emergency. But they were also telling us most cities do have non-emergency numbers. That is something to keep handy if you do need some sort of response, but it is not necessarily an emergency. That is a number you can call, but you may be waiting a while for a response. Holly.
Yeah, and Lee, that's just heartbreaking there. A fallen tree also blamed for the death of a woman at a homeless camp in Linwood. That camp located just off Old Parkway near 170th
Tree
Street.
fell on her.
The tree came down just after 7 o'clock last night.
Woman.
A woman in her 50s was killed. No one else was hurt. All right, we want to get out now to Theron now, who's tracking developments in Issaquah. Theron?
Yeah, take a look behind me, the Taco Bell. Now that we have daylight here, we're driving around the city seeing damage that we hadn't noticed before. Several large trees crashing into this Taco Bell overnight. Workers are cleaning up the mess and assessing the damage right now. At the same time, power is out across Issaquah to most businesses.
Jesus
that's
Christ.
why they're closed. The strongest winds tore through the east side between 6 and 10 last night. It brought down countless trees.
It's a different looking damage than what you see after a hurricane in Florida, dude. It's like, it's so familiar, but so different at the same time, you know? It looks more like the results of a typhoon in Japan or something, you know?
Across Issaquah and the surrounding areas. Now, today, the mayor of Issaquah is asking people to stay home if they can because so many trees are littered across the streets, toppled down and onto power lines as well. People in Issaquah are being urged not to call 911, though, unless it's a life-threatening emergency. It's just too dangerous to get emergency crews to those non-critical calls, and just how long the power could...
I have a friend in Kent whose internet and power just came back on today. It's brutal. Oh my god, that's nights of no power, no internet, no nothing. Jesus. Yeah, man, there's hundreds of thousands of people who have no power still, I think. They're still working on getting everybody's power back on, and that includes up in the mountains where they're snowed in. They're snowed in sub-freezing temperatures or below freezing temperatures, no power, no internet, maybe no service because they're up in the mountains, no light, no heat. Hopefully they've got fireplaces. Like that's I can smell right now that like there's still, like, I can smell the fires. People are running their fireplaces, particularly because it's cold right now, but also because there are still places, I guess, near to me where they don't have power, and they're all burning their fireplaces right now. They're all using their fireplaces. I can smell it on the air. I have my window open, and I can smell the burning wood. Anyway.
Could be out as anybody's guess. The mayor says people need to be ready for to be in the dark for days, possibly. Again, this picture here, this live picture, really gives you an idea of the power of the wind that was tearing through Issaquah last night. Some of the strongest winds, as I said, between 6 and 10 o'clock. A lot of people hunkered down in their homes, and we also heard from people who said they got on those community apps and community message boards and were contacting each other in the dark on their phones to find out what was going on. But now with daylight, we can certainly tell a lot was happening in the dark.
Yeah, so much damage in Issaquah, a lot of cleanup to be done. Theron, thank you. Now to North Seattle, where a fallen tree crushed this first responder's vehicle. Several homes and cars there also hit by downed trees, including a bus in the Wedgwood neighborhood. Como Stella's son has been in North Seattle all morning. Joins us with a look at some of the damage there and also the cleanup underway right now.
Chainsaw noise.
Yeah, you might even be able to hear some of the chainsawing in the background noise. There are some cleanup crews here, but I want to show you the damage still remains here. We are by 35th Avenue and 100th Street.
That
this
car got
blue car
fucked.
is crushed by this tree. Miraculously, the driver of this car, we were told by multiple neighbors, the person in the car, the driver, survived this incident. We do want to show you some Como
They were in the car?
video. You can see here just the wide scale damage. This is running along 30th.
Yeah, if you're ever in a situation like this, get down. The hood of your car, or I should say the canopy of your car, will crush down flat, but you're still going to have several feet of clearance space that you can, like, get down into. And usually your car door will pop open, or at least one of the car doors will pop open if the canopy gets crushed. And so you should be able to just crawl right out afterwards. So get down. That's also how the woman and baby in the car that got crushed by a tank that drove over it. Like, cars are made, if something drops on them and flattens them, for them to, like, leave room for you not to get crushed. They're made to save you from a situation like this. So if you know what to do, if you, like, get down, you'll be okay. That's what they probably did, and that's how they survived. If it was a Tesla, it would have just burst into flames and trapped you. That's true. Yeah, a Cybertruck probably is not built to crumple properly in this situation, so good luck. If you're a Tesla driver.
We counted anywhere from 5 to 7 large trees that has completely blocked off 35th Avenue. The folks who live in this area are trapped because there are so many trees, large trees that are fully blocking the entire roadway. Now, we do want to share some video as well of a tree that fell into a house. This is also on 35th Avenue near 103rd Street. That is where a tree crashed into the roof of a home.
And they're these thick boy trees, dude. They're these girthy, like the tree your girlfriend tells you not to worry about looking ass trees. Like, these are fucking monstrous. They've got root. Like, how did the wind even uproot these things? Like, 65-mile-an-hour winds don't fuck around, apparently. Because, good God, these are trees I would have never guessed could be knocked over by any force produced by man or nature. Like, or I guess maybe a chainsaw, but in terms of, like, just pushing them over. Good Lord.
Also, some significant damage further down the road. We saw a tree smash into a Metro bus. That tree fell near 35th Avenue and 95th Street, so just down the road from where we're at right now. And also some stunning images, a tree falling on a City of Seattle fire support unit in a red truck. And we're told from folks who live in this area that thankfully the driver of that City of Seattle fire support unit miraculously survived that tree smashing into their truck. But back out here live, the cleanup process is only beginning. This is really, really difficult video to see. These are people's cars. These are people's homes that have been smashed and damaged from last night's storm.
You ever been next to a redwood? Yeah, there's quite a few of them up here. There's a few redwoods in my neighborhood. Like, they're not super common, but they're around. Like, there's a few houses, like, around that have redwoods in their yard. They're speckled all over Seattle and just Washington in general. Usually it's just big, fat pines that look like redwoods at a distance, but if you get close to the redwoods, you can see from their, like, bark and their trunk, that's a redwood. They're strikingly orange. Like, and they've got this really cool pattern of bark that's, like, long and, like, just river-like, you know? It's hard to describe, but it's not, like, broken up into little, like, carapace, I guess. It's more like long, gnarled bark that's just really cool looking.
There's a lot of cleanup to go. A lot of folks who don't have any place to go right now. We're going to continue to move around through this area and bring you any updates that we learn. We're here in North Seattle. Stella Sun, KOMO News.
Yeah, those North Seattle communities are busy this morning picking up that debris left behind by last night's powerful storm. Less than an hour ago, Mayor Bruce Harrell spoke about efforts to restore power to impacted areas.
Some repairs are going to take longer, depending on whether we can easily access the damage and get to the areas and remove the debris and do what we're doing. We have additional crews working on this, and again, our staff and crews are working around the clock to ensure all customers have power restored.
The mayor says restoring power to the remaining customers will depend on the severity of the effects to each area. Harrell also mentioned that the number of customers without power is the largest amount recorded since 2006. Now, this powerful storm knocked out power to more than 500,000 people overnight. Utility crews working nonstop on a lengthy list of repairs that could take a while to complete. KOMO Steve McCann at the live desk right now with the latest outage numbers and the potential lasting impact for Puget Sound Energy customers. Steve?
Yeah, and this could last for some time, Holly. So the utility telling us some of its customers could be without power for days because of the extensive...
You see this? We here in Seattle, we got lucky. We got lucky as fuck here in Seattle. Look at this. This entire, like, this is what people not from Seattle call Seattle. And I do, in fact, live in this big-ass strip. We got so fucking lucky. You want to know what I think saved us here in this little strip? It's that we're, like, a pretty large, like, bit of land. But we're also relatively close to this mountain range. I think this mountain range in Mount Olympia... I think it saved us, or Mount Olympus. I think it's literally called Mount Olympus. I'm not joking. I think Mount Olympus and this mountain range literally saved us Seattleites from the brunt of the storm, just like pounding us straight from the ocean. I think these mountains saved our asses, but man, once you get to like all this, I don't know if it's like they have bad infrastructure there or something, but I saw this map the night of the hurricane and I was like, oh man. It seems like our area is okay. We still have power all up in this area, but it's spreading. The power outages are spreading, and I was just like refreshing the page, hoping that my area wasn't getting outages yet. And eventually, like when I wasn't looking, the power went out. How cold is it in Seattle at the moment? We just got a tiny bit of snow in Tennessee just the other day. It's like 40 something. Mount Olympus is the tallest mountain? Holy shit, I need to go to Mount Olympus.
Impacts and the damage from the storm. You can see on this map here that most of the utilities outages are on the east side and also portions of southeast King County. See it highlighted by the red there. Here's a look at where things stand at the moment. Close to half a million people still in the dark, just based on the numbers that we're seeing from several of our region's major utility companies. Puget Sound Energy has more than 385,000 people in the dark. That's quite an improvement from earlier this morning. Snohomish PUD has more than 56,000 customers without power. Seattle City Light more than 42,000. Puget Sound Energy telling us this morning their crews are working as hard as they can, as fast as they can to get all those lights back on.
A lot of people with no power.
One thing I do want to mention, though, with this severe storm, the impact that it's having on our customers, this potentially will look like a multiple-day outage. So we're encouraging customers to make alternate plans as we work to assess the situation and restore power.
So because of all those outages, some of you might be relying on generators to power your home or businesses, appliances, that sort of thing.
Use them inside.
Says it has responded to a number of carbon monoxide calls this morning. But remember, generators need to be outside, away from windows and doors, and move your car out of the garage before using one of those generators to charge those devices. Holly?
Yeah, Steve, such an important reminder there. This storm packing some really powerful wind gusts. Meteorologist George Waldenberger joins us now with a look at the strength of some of those gusts, George.
Take a look. There it is. That's what's left of our bomb cyclone swirling around. Very impressive looking storm. Impressive.
Stuck around for a while.
Current status now 335 miles west of Cape Flattery. Its closest approach was about 300 miles from our coast, the west coast of Washington. Still, with a system like this, the winds can spread well outside of the center of the storm. Vancouver Island, a buoy, the South Brooks buoy, winds gusted more than 100 miles per hour, more than 70 miles per hour in Enumclaw. That's a hurricane force wind.
Yeah, Canada got winds up to 100 miles an hour from this storm. The highest we got was like 60s and 70s, but like tips of like islands in Canada were the closest to the storm's like strongest stream of airflow, I guess. And there was like some high winds measured on those like far out west Canadian islands.
Wind gust. Glenoma, 71 mile per hour winds. Eastgate, Oak Harbor, Cedar Falls, between 50 and 60 miles per hour. There's also a front wrapped up in this. That front is providing a little more instability right along the coast. Not only do we have thunderstorms, but a couple of these have been strong thunderstorms. Now the heavier rain pushing into Mason County past Montesano. We have a few more thunderstorms farther south of Ocean Park. We're also watching Nia Bay, Forks, and thunderstorms just off the coast there. So we'll say goodbye to our bomb cyclone. What happens? Another weather maker moves in toward Vancouver Island on Friday. This will also be a wind producer. So coming up, we're going to talk about our threats with wind for Friday. Heads up, it's going to be another weather alert day. I'm not anticipating as strong of winds, but I'll walk you through what I am expecting coming up. Holly?
Thankfully, it is now Saturday and not too much happened. But, yeah, it was pretty rough. I thought Seattle would be relatively safe from global warming a while longer, but no, it's so here. It is so up in our shit, and we are absolutely going to get our shit pushed in by climate change if we don't do something. And I hate to be doomer, but considering who just got elected president, I don't think we're doing shit about climate change. And you know what? Since the world follows what America does, I don't think the world is going to do shit about climate change. I think we've lost that battle. We tried. We did our best. We pushed hard. We spent the last like few decades trying to educate people on climate change, trying to change their vote on the basis that our world and its like capacity to like support us is a wedge issue worth voting on. And we failed. We failed, and the American people failed us. And so we are going to suffer from the consequences of what the American people in the popular numbers decided to choose. Project 2025 outlaws the term climate change. Oh yeah. Trump can't undo Biden climate policy. It requires an act of Congress. Congress will go with him. Congress is majority Republican, and on top of that, there are only a few things that Biden did that can't be undone without congressional approval. Most of the stuff Biden did, notably the most important stuff like the coal bill thing, Trump is going to, has said he will and can, destroy on day one. So yeah, there's not a lot of guardrails guardrails for Trump. So yeah, this entire story does very much tie back into the election. We've lost the battle against climate change, like, almost certainly. This isn't even doomer posting. Like, I think it's over, like, genuinely. And I'm not a doomer type guy about stuff. You know me. I do not doom post. I'm being 100% real with you guys. I think it is genuinely delusional to think we can stop climate change now. I think we lost our chance with this election. I think most of the world, with their recent election results, lost their chance. So with that in mind, a lot of the focus is going to be how does humanity adapt to climate change in the coming decades? No, humanity won't get wiped out. It's just going to be a massive shaking of the snow globe, and humankind is going to have to adapt massively and figure out where to live. Like, there's going to be mass migration to better locations. We're going to have new maps drawn up that show the safest, least climate-affected areas in the country. They're going to become the most popular places to live because they're not going to have insane heat waves and big storms that make life unlivable. And people are just going to end up moving to, like, probably like what used to be Tornado Alley. A lot of people are going to move to, like, Kansas and Nebraska. We should deny climate aid to people who don't believe in climate change as punishment. I fully think that's based. I think that, like, the climate change deniers and the Trump supporters, like, should absolutely just be left to the wolves like they want to be, because they don't believe in, like, supporting the government that is helping them. But for those that don't know, a FEMA higher-up got in trouble for exactly this. There was a higher-up at FEMA that told FEMA workers in the Appalachians to avoid people with Trump flags and Trump signs up in their yards. Honestly, that was probably smart just because at the time Trump was encouraging his followers to murder FEMA workers, and there was multiple attempts to murder FEMA workers from Trump supporters. So there is a little bit of, like, worker safety policy there, but it was considered politically motivated withdrawal of support. And so the FEMA higher up that suggested this ended up getting fired. And Biden had to, like, apologize on his behalf and stuff. It was super cringe. But I completely stand behind that guy. I disagree. A lot of them are brainwashed, and it's really not their fault. Well, how do you break brainwashing other than being forced to experience reality, right? Like, when it's the internet, it's easy. Like, when all of this is just stuff you're hearing online, it's really easy to believe in, like, a false reality. But when it's literally affecting you, and you're learning your lesson through your reality being affected, I feel like that's important. That's what needs to happen to the right. They need to suffer for their vote. I am excited to see them suffer for their vote. If you disagree with this, I've got a video to show you guys tomorrow from Andrew Clavin called, I think it's called, like, I Delight in Democrats' Pain or something. And it's literally just a video of him basically gloating about how he's going to be allowed to rape women in Trump's America. I'm not even joking. Andrew Clavin from the Daily Wire. We're going to be watching that tomorrow. A lot of these chuds have been making videos that are basically just public rape threats at all women. So yeah, we are going to gleefully cheer as the people who voted Trump suffer because of their vote. We are going to laugh at them. No sympathy for these people. Stop it. Stop having working class solidarity. You do not need to have working class solidarity in America. The working class, if you're LGBT, black, trans, whatever, they want you dead. The majority of the working class, or at least a large part of it, wants you dead. They do not want to work with you. They would put your rights 1,000 leagues below whatever commonality you have in working class cohesion. The idea of us doing this working class messaging, it's just... It's only going to feed into the populist right-wing movement, utilizing socialist messaging to push racism and bigotry. Literally, what we have to do is destroy populism. Wow, what a segment. We start talking about a hurricane, we end talking about how populism in America has to die. What a great segment. Thank you so much for watching this. If you did enjoy it, consider leaving a like, well, that's the wrong screen. Whether you're watching live or after the fact when this goes up as its own video, a like really does help a ton, as does a comment. You can leave any comment you like, even if it's something dumb like who up Xandering their haul. It really does help the channel a ton. Forces YouTube to push my content to new and old viewers alike. And on top of that, don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video or anything like that. Also consider following my social medias linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me, including, by the way, my fan Discord and my new Blue Sky account. You should definitely follow me there because Twitter is dying. My Discord server, I actually host gaming, call-in streams, or watch party events in at least once a week, every week. Usually it's Friday, but this time it's going to be tomorrow because just certain circumstances with the storm and new episode of a show coming out. So tomorrow, on Sunday night, we're doing a watch party after stream in the Discord, so I do hope to see you guys there. Make sure to join through the link in the description. And of course, finally, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buy some merch to the Streamlabs link down below. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. And I genuinely think I might be starting to get sick. I really hope not, but honestly, I'd be due for it. I hope it's not COVID. It doesn't feel like COVID. When I got, I've had COVID twice, and both times, the second time especially, I knew I had COVID. The second I started to feel symptoms, it felt like COVID. This feels like I might have caught, the flu at the store. Or, you know what? Here's what could have done it. You know what I did before my power went out? I was like, dude, I'm almost out of nicotine vapes. I am not going through nicotine withdrawal while I have no power. And in the cold, the rain, and the wind, during the storm, I forgot to mention this during my video, I should have, I walked about a quarter mile one way to the vape store, walked in, I had my jacket on, I was like, I walked here, and they're like, you walked here? I was like, yeah, I'm from Florida, and they're like, oh, okay. And it was miserable, so cold, so fucking cold, and windy, and wet, and awful. But I made it there, I got my vapes, I dipped out, and I ran home, because it was so miserable and cold. And the power was still on. I was able to warm up before it went out. But I have a new thing of nicotine vapes, a new box. So I did not run out. But I worry that either A, going into the vape store, or B, my running in the cold, or C, both, has led to this little bit of soreness I've got down here in my throat. It's all in this area. I wish I could get a vape here, but the cops keep raiding and shutting the stores down. Jesus, Princess Kristinoke. Like, a nicotine vape? Where the fuck do you live? I'm from Florida is such a funny explanation to any behavior. I've literally used that so many times when people ask me why I am the way I am. I'll just, answer, I'm from Florida. Oh, it's Australia. Jesus, Princess Kristinoke. I'm so sorry that you're Australian. You live in one of the most cucked countries I can think of. Particularly when it comes to gun laws, Australia might be, up there and as, one of the most cucked countries I can think of as an American. We really do? Yeah, your country is... You got cucked government. You've got a cuck government. There's no other way of putting it. Australia is, top 5 most cucked countries. As an Australian, correct? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Meowix, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, but the names are stupid. Just call it a cyclone, and you will be fine. Well, thank you for the $5. That works. Thank you. Oh, yeah, this is the last part of your previous dono with another $5. Thank you. I'll read it all as one message. Said cyclones are the gender-neutral pronouns of rotating storms, basically, while typhoon and hurricane are location-based. Typhoons, Southeast Asia, hurricanes, North America, everywhere else are cyclones. Huh. Well, that's a weird naming scheme, but I appreciate it. But the names are stupid, just call it a cyclone and you'll be fine. Cool, cool. Thank you for the $5, Meowixen. Or the $10, I should say, Meowixen. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. I appreciate the support. Matter of fact, I should check our sub count, too. See how the sub count's doing. Sheesh! We're 30 subs away from 99,400. That's crazy, dude. We're about to be 600 subs away from 100K. That does not feel real. Like, what the fuck, dude? Dude, this is... Oh, man. Imagine if I hit 100K subs during this stream. Well, y'all know what to do. If you want to help that, go back to all my most recent videos and drop a like and a comment if you haven't already. That's a good way to maybe help the channel hit 100K this stream while I'm live. They go crazy. At the very least, this stream will be my last stream not at 100K subs at this rate. Unless something crazy happens. Like an anti-miracle, this stream will be my last sub, or my last stream under 100K subs. Isn't that crazy? It's been a long, long journey. And yet here we are. I've dreamed of this since I was like 9. Holy crap. Anyway. Thank you guys so much for the support. It really means the world to me. I appreciate it immensely. Michael Moran, thank you for the $5. Says, does the right just hate climate change for the lulz and getting to own the libs? They have financial interests in not believing in climate change. Michael Moran again with the $5. Thank you. Says, I don't care if the gays can marry so long as my gas is 2 cents cheaper. Jim Bob from Alabama. That is 100% the vast majority of Americans. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5. Says, Moppin tried that working class solidarity. Look how that turned out. Like, the idea of, like, getting behind a mutual working class, like, identity in America is deranged. It's just, it's not, that's not how American politics works. Like, being pro-working class is the standard. It's a matter of, can you twist pro-working class messaging in a effective way? And the right has gotten better at it than, like, in literally twisting the left's messaging and selling it to the American people in a conservative wrapping. It's like really weird. Or I should say, it's conservative messaging wrapped up in lefty paper, like gift wrap. Intel Fox 51, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, I don't know in segment, didn't realize ya was in one. It's all good, Intel Fox. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. All right. I appreciate it, guys. Y'all are so based. All right. Let me get the next segment ready. And then after the next segment, I think I'm going to indulge myself with a Monster Energy to wake myself up. Ooh, I need to title that segment too, I forgot. Let me title that segment really fast. Oh, and I can check Blue Sky. What's going on Blue Sky? Dude, I love this. This is my favorite example of, like, interacting with leftists online, okay? Here's the interaction if you guys want to see what I'm talking about. I simply skeeted. I'm praying to every possible god that Biden gives Ukraine's arsenal like 12 nukes in his way out of office. A very obvious joke about how funny it would be if Biden just made Trump's plan of supposedly bringing world peace completely impossible, right? It would just be hilarious, especially because then Ukraine would have, like, nuclear threat to make back at Russia as well. It's just a funny idea, right? Fuck Putin and all that. This person replies, serious question, why? Is this because you want them to use the nukes, or is it because you think Ukraine having the nukes would be effective deterrent against further and continued Russian aggression? And so I had to hit them with the, it would be funny. And then an image of Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Solid, and Your Honor, he pleads comedy. Real. I made it the fuck up. Biden should just go all in on the Warhawk idea and start World War III. Honestly, yeah. Real. I think we should all, frankly, just die in atomic hellfire at this point. Before Inauguration Day, ideally. Just Biden just starts full-scale global nuclear war and Trump never sees the White House again. Nukes for every country that's ever thought about joining NATO. Exactly, that's what we need right now. Just more nukes. We need to be making more nukes and arming with as many nukes every country that is so much as considered joining NATO, and then get them in NATO. Goddamn right, just let me run the grocery store because I go from radiation poisoning. I have no idea what you're talking about. You telling me you ain't excited about Doge? I'm not. I'm not. That means Russia would join NATO? Yeah, get Russia in there. Fuck it. It'd be funny. At this point, we live in clown world. Just put on the Joker makeup and let everything stop making sense. Stop making... Yeah, I think that works. I don't know. One second, chat. I'm prepping the relevant links. Damn, women be tweeting. Did I skip over it? Do I need to scroll all the way back up and start scrolling down again? It seems I do. Yet I still don't see it. Hmm. Well, that's enough scrolling. Now that we're back about a month ago, I think it's just not gonna come up. Fuck off, Google. Fuck right off, dude. Actually, no, if I can't find the specific tweet I'm thinking of, it's pointless to find, because there's no side-by-side except for in the tweet I'm thinking of. Fuck Twitter, fuck Google, fuck every corporate piece of shit tech bro billionaire who's decided to grab hold of the internet and destroy it so we don't get to have a nice thing anymore. Oh my god, don't Fed post, don't Fed post. Breathe. Don't Fed post. Don't Fed post. Gotta keep myself from Fed posting, guys. I really wanna, but I gotta make myself not, okay? Gotta keep myself from getting too honest about what I think should happen to these tech bros who have ruined the internet. I'm just saying they have committed a crime against all of humanity by ruining the internet, I would argue, and I think they should be punished with the fury of all of humanity. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know, that's all I'm saying. I already know what I'm covering, or what I'm titling that segment. I survived the Seattle cyclone. Not clickbait. In parentheses. There we go. Perfect. I survived the Seattle cyclone, not clickbait. That video better take off. What's your opinion on some people talking about starting a second civil war? Cringe and LARP. Cringe and LARP. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Guys, we simply cannot have nice things. For a long time, TYT has been one of, if not the biggest, progressive alternate media outlet on the internet. And for a while now, there's been a bit of a meme about how there must be a gas leak over there because their takes have been getting progressively more and more questionable. And some have even suggested, some people such as myself, have even suggested that TYT might be following the money a little bit. The money that seems to be almost entirely in right-wing grift politics online. In fact, the fact that there is so much money to be made off of right-wing grift politics has actually become one of the biggest talking points of the right lately. I have seen multiple clips from Tim Pool, Andrew Klavan, Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan. Every conservative pundit down the line is taking a victory lap, not only taking credit for winning Trump the election, but talking about how the left is big mad because no one wants to watch them. They go on to talk about how progressive content is boring. It doesn't provide answers for the questions people really want to hear. The algorithm doesn't like it. And the lack of success for the left online, from figures like me, from, you know, like just lefty figures in general, is because our ideas are worse. If our ideas were better, we'd succeed online. And people buy this. People literally gravitate towards the largest figures online because obviously their success means they've got something valid to say. And at a certain point, we already lost the battle. The fact that they are already so overwhelmingly dominant means that we might have already lost the battle irreparably. Not just because it might be impossible to pull people away from these figures, but their massive size lends them credibility that we can never have. Not unless it outside of like 4 years of like anger at Trump, maybe. Like at the end of the by the next election, maybe we'll have a lot of progressive figures that rival conservative ones. But right now, which has also been a big part of their bragging, conservative pundits across the board are seeing upwards of 20, 30, 40% increase in viewership. Tim Pool has seen like a 40% jump in revenue and viewership. The Daily Wire has seen a 30% jump in viewership. Fox News has experienced a 50% jump in viewership and ratings. And across the board, inversely, progressive media, both online and in the mainstream, has seen even larger drops in ratings and viewership. Progressives in America, in particular, when it comes to the mainstream media, are tuning out. They are conceding, they are giving up, and they are basically just allowing the right to win. And for a lot of progressive content creators that see the writing on the wall, that like a lot of leftist Americans are just dipping out. They refuse to fight the battles online that need to be fought for us to have what the right has, are now turning to the right. Cenk Uygur being a big example. I used to think that this guy would never fully cuck to the right, no matter how much the money was there, but, well, left-wing media host Cenk Uygur chides the Democratic Party after a meeting with Elon Musk. Left-leaning media host Cenk Uygur on Tuesday chided Democrats after engaging with ex-owner Elon Musk over ways to improve the Department of Defense budget. The conversation came following Musk's appointment to the new Federal Department of Government Efficiency. President-elect Donald Trump charged him and former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy with confronting wasteful government spending. So for those that don't know, Cenk Uygur and TYT have always been of the opinion that no money in America should be spent on anything to do with foreign policy. No wars, no like backing up of our allies. Cenk Uygur has been tweeting about how we should not have been giving weapons and funding to Ukraine, for instance. His politics are very, like, isolationist, separationist, like, no helping allies, no fighting in wars, none of that, right? And so the idea of being able to speak with Elon Musk and convince him, let's revoke all financial support for our allies overseas, let's cut down on military spending, that actually appeals. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't even Cenk Uygur following the money, if it's literally him being fooled by Elon into thinking he cares about the American people and saving money in areas where it shouldn't be spent. Uygur, who hosts the progressive news show The Young Turks, wrote to Musk via X Monday offering insight about how to organize the country's military spending. "Hey, at Elon Musk, put me in charge of the Pentagon," he wrote. "I'll slash 400 billion easy. That'll get you 20% to your goal of 2 trillion right out of the gate. I went to Wharton 3 years before you. I own a media company, so I know how to run a business. If you really want to cut, put me in, coach." This is genuinely like bootlicking cuck shit, mind you, but, you know, a man's gotta hustle, I guess. Musk responded saying, "Specific suggestions are welcome. As you know, you'd need to see and this is Uygur responding. "As you know, you'd need to see the line items in the budget, but I have one suggestion already," Uygur wrote. "The generals are not allowed to get a job with defense contractors for 10 years. They authorize so much wasteful spending because they're going to get hired by those same companies." The exchange led Uygur to come away with a newfound respect for Republican leadership, he wrote, tweeting, "I asked at Elon Musk to put me in charge of cutting costs at the Pentagon," Uygur wrote, and he said, "What are your suggestions? I run the largest left-wing network online, and a Democratic leader has never asked me that question. The idea that they would take advice from a populist is disdainful to them." It really does go to show that the kind of ideas that progressive media pundits like TYT have been suggesting have been so destructive this whole time that, thank God, the Republicans who have been in power before have not been willing to listen to them. But now, because there are no adults in the room, it's only clowns running the circus now. Crazy populist ideas that'll probably end up destroying our country. There are people in power that'll say, "Hey, what the hell, let's try it." Doesn't Congress often give the Pentagon more money than it asks for? I'm pretty sure it does, because isn't, like, within Congress military spending actually pretty popular? I don't know. Cenk Uygur goes on to say, "Now which side seems more open and inclusive now?" He continued, "Which side seems more welcoming, and which side tries really hard to drive you away if you disagree even a little with the orthodoxy? Which side is asking for suggestions, and which one is demanding compliance and obedience?" He doesn't even make it a, hey, maybe some Republicans or Elon aren't so bad after all. He brings it all the way around to the Anna Kasparian. Do you think that, like, Anna, Cenk, and all of the other people at TYT are gonna, like, stagger their grift flips? Because Anna was the first one to go right-wing. Or actually, no, Glenn Greenwald was the first one to go right-wing. Now it's Anna. Now it's Cenk Uygur. Do you think, like, we're gonna see the rest of them? I think Emma... Or not Majority Report. I think Emma's probably next in line, though, from the Majority Report. She's practically, like, the same politics as them. I expect Emma from the Majority Report is probably gonna hop on the Trump train in the coming, like, within a year. Mark my words. 12 months from now, within the 12 months from now, Emma from Majority Report, Emma Vigiland, or Vinland, however it's pronounced, her ass is going to be on Fox News, The Daily Wire, whatever right-wing outlet will take her. Or TYT, which I think is going to be a right-wing outlet within the next year. Oh, sorry, no, Dave Rubin was the original flip-flopper, yeah. TYT has literally been a factory for producing left-wing figures that don't make enough money for their liking from progressive content because there's just no money in this compared to the right, grift over to the right and become millionaires off of, like, basically saying everything that they learned was super wrong and an effective lie as a progressive figure. They just learned to start saying those things for easy money, because that's always, like, I could just start saying wokeness is destroying our society, DEI is being pushed in schools. I know that's not true. As a progressive figure, they know that's not true. But pushing these, like, popular lies that you used to fight against is just an easy path to more money, especially if you've already got a platform as a progressive figure, because then you're a progressive figure who left the left. And so, yeah, it looks like you're going to see in the coming months, in the coming year probably, as, like, the writing is on the wall, that there's just not money to be made doing this. Like, you are pretty much, unless you're one of, like, 2 or 3 people, if you're an online progressive figure, you are perma-locked into, like, a relatively niche area on the internet. Unless we do what the right has done, probably over the course of years, to change that. And a lot of people do not want to do it. A lot of people don't care. They just want the money. They just want this to be profitable already. And I don't know if it ever will be profitable. Not as much as the right. The right is always going to make massive amounts of money, and that's always going to benefit them. But I think we can gain the popular grassroots support if we really put our heads together. But people like Cenk Uygur and most of the people at TYT are not willing to do this. They'd rather bend the knee to Trump. In fact, as I said before, I tried to find it at the start of this segment, but I couldn't, and so I'm pissed. But if anyone's seen it, I know that Ukrainian Anna posted it on Twitter. Is a side-by-side of Donald Trump Jr.'s tweet about financial funding to Ukraine and Cenk Uygur's recent tweet about financial funding to Ukraine. They're both in format and word for word nearly identical takes. Nearly identical. The right and left-wing populism around the US needing to pull support from Israel and Ukraine is unanimous. It's a big part of how I think we're going to see a fair amount of progressive viewership bleed to the right in coming years too, because they're going to see the right's advocacy against American involvement overseas as based. The anti-America stuff on the left really did help Trump. Hot take, I don't think we should cut military spending. We probably shouldn't. We're probably not spending too much on the military, to be honest. I think we're probably spending maybe a little bit too much, but I think it's probably justified considering America having the most powerful military on Earth is a big deal, and there are a lot of ways in which we benefit from that aren't really considered, you know? Anyway, what a tragedy. I really do hope we don't see more progressive figures cuck themselves out to the right just for the money. I get that there's not a lot of money in this. There never has been. I've lived paycheck to paycheck as long as I've done YouTube. It's not a joke. As long as I've done progressive content on YouTube, I have literally lived paycheck to paycheck, and most progressive figures you watch are also living paycheck to paycheck, because that is the life of progressive content creation. That's just the reality of it. You gotta work 5 times as hard if you want to get to where the right has gone, maybe more. And that's what I'm ready to do. But a lot of people here don't seem to be ready to do that. We got Cenk Uygurs out here, cucking and bending the knee to the right. Not me, baby. Not me. This has been a fire lit under my ass. A recognition, a wake-up call to the fact that our ideas were nowhere near as popular as I even thought they were. And frankly, I had a pretty, I thought, grim perspective on the mindset of the American people. And yet, Trump overperformed. The Republicans in general overperformed, in my estimation. What a wake-up call. We need to fucking grind, dude. Our ideas are not going to win on their own. We have to fight for it. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up goes a long way to boost my channel and the algorithm. You can consider it like casting a blue ballot for YouTube to push my content and the algorithm to more people. Same goes for commenting. You can comment anything you like, even if it's just something dumb like, I don't know, fucking who up Xandering their haul. It helps. Same goes for subscribing and ringing the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And don't forget to follow my social medias linked down below as well if you haven't already. I've got a link to all of them, including my Blue Sky, and especially you should join my Discord server. At least once a week I host gaming events, call-in streams, or watch parties there. Notably tomorrow I'll be hosting a watch party in my Discord, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there, so even if YouTube messes up, my Discord won't, and you'll be in there. And you'll get notified, so consider joining. Finally, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below if you feel like it. Regardless, though, of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, as always, and I hope to see you again. Bit of a shorter segment, but I feel like it came out pretty good. What do y'all think? Great segment, Zan? Hell yeah, I'm glad you guys think so. Thank you. Got sidetracked by the end? Not at all. No, that was fully 100% on topic the whole time. Makes me super sad to see TYT dying like this. Yeah, they gotta follow the money. I kind of forgot that we were talking about when you started talking about the election. Oh, okay, well, we're talking about why Cenk Uygur is cucking to the right. It's because of the election and following the money. Deck the halls with lots of Xander, fa la 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 la. True. Even the mainstream libs are doing that? Yeah. Well, it's mostly leftists, not libs. The libs are the ones who stick pretty, like, consistently with the Dems. This is a leftist problem. Yeah, Morning Joe is, like, MSNBC, I think, is literally fully cucking out. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Yep. Mainstream left-wing media and alt media are moving to the right because they're like, fuck it, if we can't beat them, join them. Fuck making like 1/10 of the amount of money these live spewers are making for like 10 times the work they're doing. Like, how often or how long can these figures really like deal with that reality before they just say, fuck it, if you can't beat them, join them? I never will, but a lot of people, I imagine, could not resist that temptation. We need real lefty figures who have done boots on the ground work and know how to do it. I don't know, like Leah Kai. It's just very... Boots on the ground work doesn't mean anything. The right didn't do boots on the ground work. They have big public figures on the internet that, like Joe Rogan and Theo Von, the two most listened to people, period, in all of America and the world, I believe. Massive endorsements of Trump. Like, Harris actually, it turns out, decided not to go on Joe Rogan. Herself. She decided not to go on Joe Rogan. Massive L. Massive L. The Dems and the left needs to start taking internet content, news, entertainment stuff seriously, because that's where politics is decided now. This is the battleground of politics. This is where it's at now. In the future, it'll be a new battleground. For now, it's the internet, and the left needs to adapt. The thing is, we still have people with good boots in the ground experience. Yeah, there's plenty of people with that. It's just, like, I don't know. It just seems... It seems like a fun talking point. Like, yeah, we need leftists with boots in the ground, but what does that mean, right? Like, I think what we need is, like, media-trained, charismatic, technologically literate people who know how to make entertaining content. Frankly, I might not even be perfect for that. I think I'm a relatively entertaining person, but I don't know if I'm charismatic and entertaining enough to be, like, one of the big names. I don't know if I want to be one of the big names, right? But there need to be people on the left who rise up from, like, the dirt and become those glowing beacons that attract people just from their vibes, you know? Yeah. Yeah, the boots on the ground leftists are doing their jobs. They're doing good jobs. They're doing direct action, they're volunteering, they're doing mutual aid. That's good work. But that doesn't get views, it doesn't convince people. No one cares about that. People hate activism. Americans hate activism. The word activism, the majority of Americans immediately think of negative things when they hear the term activist. Activism is an unpopular thing with Americans. It's a good thing that needs to be done, but activism is not a popular thing with Americans. Americans have a bad connotation with activism. And so there needs to be entertainment and lifestyle-oriented progressive content to win over the normies and the grillers. And then there needs to be boots on the ground, direct action, and mutual aid to actually help people, because there are tons of people who love doing that, right? Anna from 2IT is actually moving right. She's changed a lot over the last year or two. It's legit, not a grift. No, it's a grift, Carrie Photo. Trust, it's a grift. I've watched it happen. It's a grift. You guys will never get it unless you're a political, like, progressive content creator as well and you've done the arguing. But the arguments it is not possible to genuinely get brainwashed into the right while having made the arguments that she's made and knowing the things she's known. Like, conservatism is either a thing that people pretend to believe in for money, or they believe in it because of ignorance. There is no in-between. It's ignorance, or they pretend to believe it for money, and they convince the ignorant people to give them that money and support them. Once you know things, you cannot be conservative, other than in the scenario where you pretend to be conservative for your own gain, such as your wealth, right? Like, if you're a wealthy, smart person, you'll vote Republican for your own finances, right? Although not in this election, not in the 2024 election. You would have voted Dem, because holy shit, the economy is going to suffer. Regardless, though, Anna is very much a full-on grifter. She's now arguing things that she has 100% debunked in the past with data. Now she's arguing the things that she used to debunk from feelings when she used to debunk those same points with data. She knows damn well how wrong she is. She's just following the money. Just like Glenn Greenwald did, just like Dave Rubin did, just like Cenk Uygur is doing. TYT and a lot of progressive content in general, especially the longer you've been doing progressive content, the money is an evil pull to the right. You guys cannot even imagine how much more money the right makes than the left. You have to be a progressive figure to talk about to understand what I'm talking about here. But yeah, Anna's a grifter. She fell to the dark side. What can I tell you? Have I seen the new Minecraft movie trailer? Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, let's watch it. I actually liked it. I actually think this trailer gave me hope that this movie could be good. Like, it seems like, based on this trailer, they're leaning heavily into the irony of it a little bit. And it's a bit more respectable. Also, the mobs they choose to show off in this trailer look better. Also, by the way, this trailer fully confirms a leaked plot synopsis that I've already heard, down to the, like, exact details of characters' backstories, their names, and, like, the setup for the story. 100% accurate synopsis already leaked, so I already fully know what happens in this movie. This trailer shows enough to confirm that that leak months ago was 100% accurate. Not a single thing about that leak was wrong.
Trailer, take 2.
Look at that bee. That bee looked great.
I'm Steve. As a child, I yearned for the mines.
Well, let me rewind that and turn it up.
I am Steve. As a child, I yearned for the mines.
Me too.
But something always got in the way.
Go on! Get out of here!
But the call of the mines was too strong. So one day, I started digging and digging until I found this. A wonderland where
they use the Minecraft music
is possible. As long as what you imagine can be built out of blocks.
Atta boy!
Well, you tamed it. Went from mad to tamed. His eyes were red.
Where are we?
Wait, who are you again?
Garrett the Garbage Man Garrison. Gamer of the Year 1989. Whatever. I barely think about it.
No, you're Aquaman.
Welcome
Shut
to
up.
the overworld. Anything you can dream about here, you can make.
Oh yeah, he's called Grogo, actually.
This makes
True.
no sense.
Don't I know it?
Automatic
There are
chicken
dark
cooker.
forces who want to destroy this world. If we want to stop them, we're gonna need to create something amazing. Let's go to the stash.
This is our decision. Nothing we can do. We've got the vision. Now let's have some fun. Yeah.
What's this junk?
An ender pearl. Teleports you to wherever you throw it.
Yeah, right.
And that was the only one I had. No biggie.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Oh yeah, there's one more thing you need to know.
Great. Now it's dark. Did that feel quick to anyone else?
Alright, chat. I am sneaking a bottle of Bacardi into the movie theater when I go to watch this. And me and my buddies, we're gonna have shot glasses, and we're gonna drink every time a line makes us cringe. And I hope that we can make it through the movie. This movie's objectively gonna go hard as fuck, though. Like objectively. They got us angry with that first trailer on purpose, bro. Absolutely. Oh, bud, you better be inviting me. We'll see where I end up doing it. I might not be in Seattle. I might go to visit my friends in the Northeast for that. We'll see. You'll be plastered, Zan? Yeah. We'll see how far into the movie I can make it before I have to cut myself off. Because I might just throw up if I drink too much in that theater. Watching the Minecraft movie with all that CG and movement and the fast pacing I'm sure it's going to have. Oh, man. I don't know if drunk me would handle it too well. Thank you for the $25, Lime Dylan. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, get yourself and Ethan some drinks to celebrate impending 100K subscribers. I appreciate your relentless grind. Thank you so much, Lime Dylan. I really appreciate it. And you appreciate the grind. I appreciate your support. Thank you so, so much. You are so based and pog for that. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast, and then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and then go grab myself a Monster Energy. Because, as I said before, after that second segment, I wanted to go make one. Actually, first, make one, grab one. Let me name this segment that we just did and upload it. One sec. Man, I'm a bad typer. Alright. That's the second segment uploading. Alright. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. BRB. Don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back with a monster and a lot more content for you guys. Stay tuned. Bobby? What the hell? What were you all doing here? What were you talking about? Whoa! How you guys doing? Is my Hank Hill impression getting better? Sir, this is a Wendy's. No? Gun invalid? You're cringe. We're talking about how your stream died, I think. Did stream die? Chat, has stream had any drops for you guys? Because it says 0 drop frames for me. So if you're having stream drops, gun invalid, and no one else is, that's just you. Because that's not how streaming works. It can't just... If no one else has the issue, then it's not my end. It has to be yours. Website reloaded for a sec? Oh, okay. Might have just been the website updating or something. Nope, all good. Just a glitch out. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. God, my chin be itching. How's the new, the Matt Walsh video doing? I'm curious. New video. Oh, damn. Okay. That's doing pretty well. About 300 views in 18 minutes. Ain't too bad. Ain't too bad for sure. It'll probably do fairly well. We are now at 99,417 subscribers, guys. We are genuinely less than 600 subs away from 100,000 subscribers. I'll probably hit it either early tomorrow morning or tonight. That's crazy, dude. That's actually... I'm gonna get a silver play button. I'm gonna have a silver fucking play button, dude. That's... This doesn't feel real. It really does not feel real. Like, even a week ago, I didn't think that I could be this close to... Like, because we gained, like... How many subs have we gained recently? Like, the sub growth has been fucking insane. Let me bring up Social Blade. The only downside with Social Blade is that it sucks, and they aren't very good at properly reporting numbers, particularly view counts. And they're delayed as fuck. Something you'll notice. Are you going to put it on the back wall? Yeah, it'll probably be, like, right there. I think I'll probably hang it right there on the other side of the door, so it's always in the background, and my head doesn't cover it up. Yeah, Social Blade's weird about it, and they're really delayed with stuff. So, if I show you my Social Blade page, for some reason, I don't know why, it just doesn't report views for some days. Like, I uploaded 3 videos on all 3 of these days, so you would think, especially on this day where we got 2,000 subs off of one of my best performing videos ever, why did it not report the views? Was it, like, too many for it to handle? Because I had a viral video come out that day. I should have had, like, 200k views here, you know? I feel a little bit cheated, I'm not gonna lie. So it doesn't report that, and then this is also behind. It's at 99.2k, but it's at 99.4k, actually. If you look at YouTube right now, it's at 99.4. So it's actually 200 behind at any given time. And so sometimes it ticks over to midnight, and it updates gained subs, because it only counts them in intervals of 100. It counts them in this, like after midnight as the next day's gained subs. And so at midnight some days, it'll immediately count as me having already gotten 100 subs. And it's like, wow, 100 subs in 10 minutes. But no, it's just I hit 100 subs at or I gained an extra 100 at 10 p.m. And then a few hours later, Social Blade updates. So it's not perfect, but overall, hot damn, 100, 200, 600, 500, 100, 300, 2,000 from that one viral video I dropped. 800, 800, 300, 300, 500, 300, 900. This is actually more like 1,100 today, because this is 200 behind. Damn! Y'all have been popping off! Thank you, guys. Wasn't the website changed after what happened with James Charles? I don't know. They probably cannot hit the API that much because of whatever reason. Yeah. I don't know. It's just annoying that some of the data isn't reported, because Social Blade actually has a pretty good way of breaking down your daily performance. Like, YouTube's analytics page kind of sucks for it, and I like the way Social Blade formats it, but it's not 100% accurate, which is, it sucks, you know? Like analytics is accurate, but its format is shit. Social Blade's format is great, but its analytics are a little inaccurate. Xander Hall, the live button will give you the actual amount to 100. Or to the 100. Oh, I didn't know that, Grazitriton. If you click the live... Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Neat. I guess it does keep up with it? I don't know. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for the support. Y'all have been popping off. This feels unreal. Alright.
Ukraine.
All right. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Putin. That motherfucker, Putin, has had probably one of the largest impacts of any individual outside of the United States out of anyone else on American politics. I feel like as Americans, we are constantly at a bit of a disadvantage with the fact that, for the most part, we Americans don't know jack shit about the world outside. We don't learn much about world history, so much as we learn a lot about American history. We're trained from a young age to really only care about America and to see the rest of the world as, like, not mattering, not existing, not having any bearing on us. And because of that, we become very isolationist, but on top of that, it's meant that we lack a lot of insight that we could gain from the politics and the landscapes of other countries, notably Russia. You see, I think America is on track to become the next Russia. That has become a pretty popular talking point in recent weeks since the election results came out, and I truly have started to believe it. I've actually done a little bit of research on Putin's rise, how he has managed to brainwash the Russian people into seeing him as this cult-like figure. And man, it is really similar to how Trump rose to power. I've got a video here. It's actually a bit old. It's 2 years old. It's called How Putin Brainwashed Russia to Invade Ukraine. And this video covers a lot of topics, primarily how Putin has waged an information war as he has risen to power and as he has held it. Now this extends far and wide. You know how Trump will do things like, when he knows he's going to be investigated for something bad he did, he'll fake predict that, like, the government's going to go after him for something bogus? He'll predict it. Putin actually invented that strategy. Putin used to claim that opposition parties were going to attempt to kill their leaders and frame him for doing it in order to rally the people or rally violence against those that support him. This is almost one for one a Trump talking point. Putin used this and gained a lot of support. It's why when, like, Putin's rivals were assassinated, captured, went missing, etc., instead of it drawing attention to Putin in a negative way, it was seen as Putin actually predicting what would happen all along. That his opposition tried to take him down by framing him and false flagging him, and he knew it all along, he called it, and he was right. Doesn't this sound like the kind of thing Trump does? Tells his fan base that there's going to be accountability or some sort of pushback against him ahead of time, and then when it happens, inevitably, countless people see him as this omniscient figure. Oh my god, he predicted it, he called it. What he said was going to happen happened, oh my god. You know? That's just one example of the types of methods that Putin has used to brainwash his own people. Here, we're going to talk about how he's brainwashed his people to be in favor of invading Ukraine, and I think you're going to find that a lot of his information, or I should say anti-information tactics, are terrifyingly similar to what is taking hold with the American people right now. I don't think America's the next Nazi Germany so much as we might be the next Russia. Take a look.
Is the aggressor. Ukraine is attacking Russia, and Ukraine President Zelensky is a Nazi. Now, these are of course false, insane claims, but some of Russia actually believes this. You see, if you want to start a war, especially in the 21st century and especially in Europe, you need the citizens' clear support. And Putin had this, or at least enough of it. But the way he went about gaining the support was by a clear and masterfully orchestrated disinformation campaign across all Russian media outlets.
Oh, this is a really good video, and it's also from a smaller channel, so I want to shout it out. Actually, not quite a smaller channel. They have 6,000 more subs than me. They're at 106K. But, Versed. The channel's called Versed. The video itself is criminally underviewed. 6.4K views on such a great video, by the way. So I'm going to drop it in YouTube and website chat. And hopefully my editor includes it in the description of this video when it goes out on its own. But highly recommend you check this out. It's by Versed, and it's called How Putin Brainwashed Russia to Invade Ukraine. So if anyone wants to watch the original video, highly recommend you do. Go send some support. That is how you can find it.
Outlets. Now, Russia and disinformation isn't a new thing. It goes back decades. From the time...
I mean, those two words are literally, like, synonymous to me. Like, Russia and disinformation, like, when I hear the word disinformation, I think Russia. It's like a Rorschach test.
Times of the Soviet Union, to the 2008 Russo-Georgian War, to the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, you can
Hassan defended that, by the way.
Easily spot disinformation campaigns being employed all over the place. And that finally brings us to February 24th, 2022, when Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a full-scale invasion against Ukraine. The same methods of disinformation used in the 2014 annexation of Crimea are...
Did I, like, accidentally slow down the video or something? What the fuck? Oh, I did. I did slow it down a little. Huh. I must have hit a hotkey. Anyway.
Basically being used again today. You know, like the genocide claim, for example, with Putin saying the Ukrainians are committing genocide against Russians in the Donbass region. It's simple and always works, because it's primarily aimed at an already receptive audience who's been fed news about how terrible Ukrainians are for years.
Sound familiar to Trump's narrative about how Americans are dying because of immigrants invading the border? Right now, like every time there's a thing that the right can blow up into a big scandal, they do it. At one point, it was a dead squirrel. A squirrel was, like, euthanized, and they turned that into a culture war thing, like right before the election, Peanut the squirrel. But right now, it's this woman who was murdered by an illegal immigrant. And so, overwhelmingly, a lot of Americans, left and right, are, you know, on this right-wing culture war thing, because the talking point is he should have never been in the country to commit that crime in the first place. And most Americans hear that, and they think, yeah, why are we letting immigrants in this country when some percentage of them could eventually commit a crime? They shouldn't even be here to do it in the first place. That's the logic that a lot of people are going with. And so if you can convince the people they're under attack, they'll support you if you're the one claiming to be the only person who can defend them. Trump has done this, so has Putin.
Except now, it's way more intense. Putin isn't as strong as he's been in the past, economically and politically. His approval rating has been sitting in the low 60s for a few years, when it's usually at least 75%. So there's been an increased focus on the
psychotically high approval ratings for any politician, by the way. I don't believe those. We don't, like, Trump had record low approval ratings. Biden had record low approval ratings. Maybe it's just an American thing, but the idea of a 60% approval rating is insane to me.
The justification of the war. Russia's goal is to create so many different and sometimes even contradictory versions of what is happening at the border so that no one can really differentiate the true from the false anymore. And it's
breakneck bullshit. There's so many lies that taking the time to debunk them means you've already lost because 500 more have been thrown out there by the time you finish debunking the ones that were already made.
Definitely been working. Putin's approval rating has only surged since the invasion of Ukraine, reaching 71%, the highest it's been since May 2018. As for the process of brainwashing Russian citizens, it starts from the Kremlin. They fabricate tons of stories and have high-ranking officials speak about them. Take, for instance, the leaders of the self-proclaimed People's Republic.
Notably, if we go back to his approval ratings, The last time they spiked was the annexation of Crimea in 2014. Massive spike. And a drop, obviously, because the people who don't like Putin really hated that, while the people who liked Putin really liked it. And that maintained a lot of support for Putin annexing Crimea. The people were in favor of that, mind you. And then a drop for a while for, I don't know, any number of given reasons, probably authoritarianism, and then polarized the people in favor of another war, and now Putin's approval ratings are rising.
21%, the highest it's been since May 2018. As for the process of brainwashing Russian citizens, it starts from the Kremlin. They fabricate tons of stories and have high-ranking officials speak about them. Take, for instance, the leaders of the self-proclaimed People's Republic of Donetsk and Luhansk, Denis Pushilin and Leonid Persechnik. They are both basically puppets of Moscow. In the days leading up to the invasion, they both urged their citizens to flee in anticipation of a possible Ukrainian attack. This was, of course, never going to happen. And in fact, here you can see that foreign ministers of both Germany and France made a joint statement saying that it's a staged incident and could be misused as a pretext for possible military escalation, which of course was. But it didn't matter. As soon as there was anti-Ukraine propaganda, it was spread throughout all of Russia in various systematic ways, with the most obvious way being television. Basically, all of the most watched television channels in Russia are state-owned, as you can see here, and 74% of Russians get their information from them, so it's easy access to the majority of Russia's population.
Sound like Fox News and right-wing media dominating the landscape? If all the people get their information from disinformation artists, then what can you even do? You end up as Russia. America is becoming this. This is what America is turning into if we do not stop it now. You're starting to get what I mean now when I say the comparisons, the similarities are stark, like very, very clearly, like they're right there, like holy shit, the Republicans are just doing a Putin. They're just following Putin's playbook and doing what he did to gain power.
Channel 1 and Russia 1, two of the largest TV stations in Russia, as well as basically every other TV channel in Russia, echoed what the leaders of the DPR and LPR said, and added on, accusing Ukraine of committing war crimes in the Donbas region, from using humans as shields to deliberately positioning strike systems in residential areas to
a big reason why I initially stopped liking Hassan, like when the straw that broke the camel's back was how many talking points Hassan was repeating from these outlets about Ukraine, mind you. Particularly the claims that Ukrainians are Nazis, the claims that what was it, the something sector snipers were like far right militia. Yeah. Gun Invalid, if you keep saying that stream died when it hasn't, I'm going to mute you. You got to stop announcing stream's dead when it's not. It's not good etiquette.
Intensely shelling cities. Basically, every TV channel in Russia spoke about how Ukraine was forcing these Donbas citizens to flee, and how Russia is ready to accept and help the refugees, because they're so gracious. And it's not like any of these TV stations can report anything different, as TV stations are required by the media watchdog Roskomnadzor, also known as the Federal Service for Supervision of Communications, Information Technology, and Mass Media, to follow the official narrative. The newspapers all essentially said the same thing as well, and with them being the second most popular media source in Russia after television, they served as a valuable secondary weapon in getting this message across. Now, of course, this wasn't all Russia said to justify the war. In fact, it was just a piece of the bigger picture. Let me introduce to you Dmitry Kiselyov, a master in propaganda who's been working in the media since the times
Think of this as Putin's Bannon
of the Soviet Union, and is known as Putin's mouthpiece. He claimed just days before the invasion that the US's warning about an upcoming Russian invasion of Ukraine actually meant the opposite. That in the next few days, America and Ukraine will be the one to provoke Russia in order to claim that the Donbas and Russia have attacked Ukraine. Now, this is an extremely important tactic of Russian disinformation that actually has multiple dimensions to it. It portrays Russia as the one who will never attack unless to defend itself, as well as sets the global stage as essentially the West versus Russia. This is partially why Putin's approval rating is so high, as he's seen as the defender of Russia from the evil West and evil NATO. But in the end,
it doesn't matter how obvious reality is. Even the soldiers fighting against Ukraine have bought into this propaganda, and they will ignore what's right in front of them to believe what the big strong man who makes them feel strong, their country feels strong and successful and powerful, who they feel like everyone likes. They want to also like him. They want to be part of the club. No one wants to not be a part of the club where everyone's having fun. It's the same logic of how MAGA blew up.
We saw Russia was the one who amassed over 100,000 troops along the border of Ukraine, then created fake allegations to act as if Ukraine provoked them into the war, to try and justify the invasion. And this brings us to the final piece of the Putin brainwashing puzzle, and that is misguided patriotism. Russian media has drawn consistent connections between the current conflict we see now and World War II, which Russia refers
If you're against Putin, the war, or have any criticism of Russian like foreign policy, then you're anti-Russian. You're anti-patriotic. You're the enemy within. You're the enemy within. If you are opposed to the war, if you protest against it. Trump's goal is to make America the next Russia and to be the next Putin. That has always been his goal, and he's closer to it than ever.
To as the Great Patriotic War. In the words of Russian Press Secretary Dmitry Peskov, part of the purpose of this conflict is the denazification of Ukraine. The plan was to basically allege that Ukraine's government is pro-Nazi and that the whole country is going through a concerning Nazification phase, ultimately convincing Russians that they needed to jump in and save Ukrainians from the Nazis. Capitalizing on Russian pride.
Remember, to get such high approval ratings, the Russian left and right have to buy into the cult of personality. We are watching that happen in real time right now, where leftists are genuinely jumping on the Trump train because they have fallen for the narrative that their isolationist policies are best to stop American imperialism. This idea that, oh, we're fighting this war to stop Nazis is how progressives in Russia have been fooled into supporting Putin as well.
From World War II has been done before and is a calculated move. Remember, they refer to it as the Great Patriotic War, and it's remembered as a moment of national greatness and sacrifice. And it definitely was, don't get me wrong. But that's the thing, the Russian government has tried to draw historical parallels of the current crisis with the Great Patriotic War, in a bid to invoke the same patriotic feelings, sacrifices, and emotions. The plan worked, obviously, due to the existence of very small, ultra-nationalist groups gaining traction in Ukraine. And yes, they have used Nazi insignia, made Hitler salutes, and used anti-Semitic rhetoric, but the whole—
Believe it or not, every country that has people in it also has shitty people in it. Basically, it's like if a country invaded America and then started showing, like, the Unite the Right rally to say, see, America, every American's a Nazi. It's just a Nazi country. Obviously, looking a little more true now after the election results, but, you know, I mean more so like prior, a few weeks ago, you know, before we knew America was cooked. Like, it would basically be like saying, oh, look, there's a population of dumb fucks in this country. That's everybody. That's why we get to invade them. Hassan also used this logic to justify China and their imperialism over Tibet. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was one of the big clips that led to the ending. It's one of the things that led to the end of Leftovers. Man, those are all purple links. I guess I read about this recently. Let me bring up this video. Yeah, so when I say that progressives fall for these talking points, this is what I mean. This is how people like progressive people get brainwashed into supporting imperialism and fascism.
But like, go ahead. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like so autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like, that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
so China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like these are
their culture.
This is why if you're a Hassan fan or anywhere adjacent to the left, like that's associated with Hassan, you've probably heard a lot of slander about H3H3, Ethan Klein, because if you actually take a second to look at any of the clips that have led to their friendship falling apart, you'll see everything Hassan has said about Ethan is a lie, and he is desperately poisoning the well against Ethan Klein. Desperately, because it was stuff like this that led to their podcast ending and their friendship falling apart. Not this, like, idea that Ethan couldn't be friends with a Zionist anymore, because Ethan's not even a Zionist. Like, I guess if you consider Zionism to be not believing that Israel should be wiped out, I guess he would be, but he's fully against the war, he's fully against settlement building and expansionism of Israel, he's against Netanyahu, he's against, like, the government of Israel, he's extremely critical of it. Like, there's the only take you could take issue with in regards to Israel and Gaza that Ethan has is that he doesn't think Israel shouldn't exist anymore, right? Like, I mean, if you believe that Israel should stop existing, then where do you think half of the world's Jews should go? Because that is the population of Israel, half the world's Jews. So, I mean, it's a bit of an extreme position to want to no longer have there be an Israel.
They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
I think that, yes, I will be on the record
just
to
like
state
America did it.
That while the Chinese government,
I'm not going to say it.
Well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
and I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is
also him being against Taiwan because China is supposedly just stopping slavery in Taiwan. That's why. This is also his anti-Taiwan take.
Violent.
Were y'all thinking I was joking or exaggerating when I talked about Hassan literally being a dyed-in-the-wool tanky? Like, he is a full-on tanky, fully pro-Russia, fully pro-China, fully pro-imperialism as long as it's a country opposed to America. He is literally, like, a psyop. He is hurting the left. No, I watch Destiny. Frankly, I would rather you all watch Destiny than you watch Hassan. 1,000 times over. Please. Unsub from Hassan and watch Destiny instead. I promise you, you will experience far less brain damage.
Violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the...
Or better yet, play Destiny.
South in the Civil War?
Yes. Tibet, in the time frame where Chinese intervention happened, would be the South. Yes,
so
they were doing slavery.
What was the moral aspect of the war of China?
The interests are obviously like national security or whatever the fuck they claim, but ultimately the reality.
So yeah, Hassan's a dumbass, but he's also one of the most prominent progressive voices in the American left, and he's falling for this foreign propaganda. When I say that the American progressive population is not immune to MAGA, I'm not joking. I'm really not. I would not be surprised if we see Hassan calling Trump's moves to defund our military based. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Hassan saying, man, MAGA's made me pleasantly surprised. It will not surprise me. Populism is populism. It is separate from left and right. It's genuinely a cancer.
The whole narrative of Ukraine is becoming a breeding ground for Nazis is an exaggeration, since these ultra-nationalist groups had a meager 2% of the votes back in the 2019 election, whereas Zelensky, who won the election, had 73% of the votes. And to be fair, most countries in Europe have, in one way or another, a politically insignificant ultra-nationalist group. Russia has for years highlighted the activity of a marginal group of Ukrainian ultra-nationalists as a way of trying to paint all of Ukraine the same, and the term Ukronazis was even created by propagandists to describe them. What's most notable about this claim, though, is the fact that the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is a Jew himself. Furthermore, his grandfather and his grandfather's 3 brothers were part of the Soviet Red Army who fought against the Nazis, and only his
literally, like, rolled in and liberated countless concentration camps, yeah. Zelensky's, like, father and grandfather, was it father and grandfather? Were part of the army that, like, the Nazis were so scared they were burning and destroying the evidence of concentration camps when those armies were moving in, because they knew it was Jover once the USSR, the Red Army moved in and just fucking crushed all of the like, eastern front of the Nazis. They just rolled on in. And this was a big... I know all this because I have to debate Nazis who, like modern Nazis who do Holocaust denial. They'll point to missing pieces of evidence or things that supposedly should have been in certain concentration camps that without them being there, I guess they couldn't have been a concentration camp. But in reality, the Nazis immediately started destroying the evidence once they found out the Red Army was coming. So yeah, it doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter how far from reality the accusation is. The people buy it because they're not allowed to be exposed to the counter argument, much less do they have an interest in seeking it out.
Grandfather survived. Not to mention, he lost many other family members during the war. Now, remember, this all came before the invasion. So imagine you're living in Russia and seeing the crisis through the lens of what Russia is showing its citizens. You've been hearing about all these evil acts committed by Ukrainians for years, and especially an increased amount in the past few months. Finally, in the early hours of February 24th, 2022, Putin makes an emboldened speech, denouncing NATO and the West, talking about how similar the current situation is to the Great Patriotic War, how the people of Donbass have asked Russia for help, and how it's Russia's duty and responsibility to protect their brothers who basically belong to the true motherland. They have no other option. So he announces a special peacekeeping operation to save the day. Obviously, this is claimed as good news and a historic day even, so you want to find out more about it. You go on the internet and look up Sputnik, a very popular Russian news site with an audience of millions, so it's definitely the real deal. This is what you see. Obviously, to an outsider's view, you know this is an invasion, but in Russian media, the words invasion, offensive, assault, and declaration of war are banned. Instead, it's described as a demilitarization operation targeting military infrastructure, or a special military/peacekeeping operation to defend the people's republics. So that is what you get. And of course, don't forget about the obligatory Ukraine is a...
I haven't seen this particular video, by the way. I know the subject matter because I've been researching it lately, because ever since this Trump win, I've recognized the parallels between Russia and America and all of this, and I've wanted to deep dive it. In this video, I got it sent to me as like apparently a really good synopsis. I haven't seen it before, but this is a really good video. This is my first time watching it. It's really good. Like, this is doing a really good job of putting everything together and helping me to make the point that I wanted to make at the start. And I'm glad, because I hadn't seen this yet. It could have just, like, not turned out as good as I thought it would be. This was recommended to me as, like, a good sort of synopsis to work from to talk about this topic.
The country of Nazis post, as that's crucial in reinforcing the cause being important. Nevertheless, that is what you will see if you're in Russia, and it's not just limited to Sputnik. All of the largest Russian sites talk about this, like RT, or formerly Russian Today, for example. If you decide to get information from social media, say VKontakte, also known as Russia's Facebook, and is also Russia's most popular social media network, you will find essentially all the same thing.
To be fair, Facebook is Russia's Facebook right now. Like, they've got VKontakte, or VKontakte, or whatever it's pronounced, and they've also got Facebook. So, yeah.
As on the internet. They're basically state-owned too, after Gazprom, Russia's state-owned energy conglomerate, acquired majority control of it. They've already begun banning independent media producers and acts on orders from the Kremlin. As for what's become of television after the invasion,
familiar?
Well, it's basically the same as before, but now there's an increase in cunningly produced talk shows, some of which have been airing extra hours since the war started. They usually talk about how it's necessary to subdue Ukrainian Nazis who kill civilians, how America and the rest of the EU is trying to kill Russia through sanctions and other retributive measures, how great the mission is, and even challenge the notion of an independent Ukraine, saying it's historically a part of Russia. Though, as of recently, these talk shows have become more radical. Speaking on Russia 24, Eduard Basurin, the deputy head of the Donetsk People's Republic militia, spoke about Mariupol being a concentration camp. Then there's Dmitry Kiselyov, the Russian propagandist who anchors News of the Week on Russia 1. He began his show Sunday by saying Kiev would be forced to answer for war crimes and genocide. And he also talked about concentration camps as well as...
Remember, as you invade, you claim to be the victim that's fighting against oppression.
Mass executions. But again...
The same way MAGA and the right have fought the entire culture war in America. Constantly being the aggressor, constantly attacking people who just want to live their lives and have rights, and framing it as your attacks on them being a self-defensive action to save the country.
This is all calculated. I think the BBC said it best, and I quote, "Russian state television appears to employ techniques of psychological conditioning designed to excite extreme emotions of aggression and hatred in the view."
I would not be surprised if Russia and Putin and the government ran, like, multi-million-dollar focus group programs to figure out psychologically the most effective way to brainwash people. This has actually become a really interesting topic of mine, is like how feeble the human brain actually is. Do you guys know about the Cocomelon intro? This shit is grim, bro. This shit is fucking grim. So, Cocomelon is a slop YouTube channel that has been associated... It's like the biggest kids channel there is. They pull immense viewership. It is possibly one of the biggest channels in all of YouTube. There have been a lot of studies done that have shown that kids who have relied on Cocomelon as a go-to form of entertainment, unlike, say, like Dora the Explorer or like Bob the Builder or like classic children's programming that was deliberately designed to educate children while entertaining them, Cocomelon is just slop. It was made purely as entertainment and just to keep kids entertained and not like making a fuss while their parents do what they need to do. And a lot of parents are not aware of how brain rot slop Cocomelon is. There's been connections between lower literacy and slower development of speech capabilities in children who regularly consume Cocomelon. And on top of that, you know for a fact they figured this out with some sort of like test, but the Cocomelon intro song is at some sort of frequency that will make your baby run to the TV. I'm not joking. I'm sure some of these videos are, you know, of kids who like Cocomelon and recognize the noise, but a lot of these are just parents that like heard about this and tested it and recorded it. If you play the Cocomelon intro, a kid who has never seen Cocomelon will react like these videos. Watch how fucking grim this is. There is some psychological fuckery that has gone on here. Like some fucking with the human mind to make this a thing. Watch. A bunch of clips on Twitter, and it's like people playing it on their TV, and their kid runs in from another room. Like usually like a baby, like a toddler. And it's like, dude, there's some like weird, they did like a study where they had like a room full of children and they like made a bunch of jingles like this and found which ones make the kids snap their heads towards the source of the sound. And they made that the jingle at the start. I guarantee you. I feel like that there is ways to find easy hacks to people's brains that these insidious, very wealthy corporations and governments have the ability to figure out. I would not be surprised if Russia and Putin's government didn't like do a study where they figured out the best, most effective strategy to brainwash people, and recognizing its success, the Republican Party, MAGA, and Trump employed those exact tactics since 2016. That is what I think has been going on here. Russia found the key to brainwashing a population, and now world leaders across the planet are following the same footsteps Putin did. The human brain is feeble, and people are stupid. If a jingle can make children instinctually run to the TV, then surely a certain way of making a person think can make them forget reality and start making it up as they go along.
Viewer. But none of this should appear surprising. In 2014, Russian hacker group Shelte Bolte published leaked Kremlin documents telling journalists to justify the Crimean annexation, praise Vladimir Putin's development plans, and depict Ukraine as swarming with fascists. Like I said, everything is just being recycled. So as a Russian viewer, it's hard to see any other sides to the story. And this is what leads me onto my final point about how Putin essentially has brainwashed Russia, Putin's digital Iron Curtain. Just like the Great Firewall in China, Russia has started to roll out their own version of it. Here's again a list of Russia's top social media networks. As of right now, Russia has banned Instagram and Facebook for extremist activities. Twitter is...
TikTok will be next. TikTok will almost certainly be next because that's a holdout of progressive talking points. I wouldn't be surprised if most of Russian lefties are on TikTok right now. Expect that to get yeeted ASAP. Like as soon as that can possibly be banned, that's getting banned. There's no way TikTok, unless, I mean, outside of like the bot farms, but yeah, like Putin does not want his people on TikTok, I bet.
Is getting increasingly harder to use and may end up being banned. And YouTube may as well, after Russia's Union of Journalists recently accused YouTube of censorship and called for punishment. Many international news networks from around the world have also pulled out of Russia after Russia passed the new fake news law, making it a major crime to spread what is deemed fake.
Man, where did I hear? That's familiar. I feel like I've heard that one before.
News about their invasion in Ukraine and could result in a 15-year prison sentence.
Someone in YouTube chat who probably just arrived said, "Explain how Cenk is bending the knee to Trump. Dumb white boy show!" If you're wondering what kind of progressives fall for Russian propaganda, that kind. That kind is ready to suck Putin's dick. Just like mouth wrenched open, throat widened and loosened, ready to swallow a Putin load. Those are the people on the left who will fall for an oligarchical fascists propaganda.
All of these things combine to create an iron curtain that is truly
I will say the line "dumb white boy show" goes crazy. I got cooked with that one. I don't think I'll ever recover.
Connected Russia from a lot of the world, as well as from each other. On the bright side, we know this can't go on indefinitely. Demand for VPNs in Russia was 2,692% higher on March 14th than it was in the week prior to the invasion, according to Top 10 VPN, a privacy monitoring service.
But the drop really goes to show you how little, like after less than a month, how little interest there is among the people to seek out the truth. There's a spike on the day of an event to seek out the truth, and after that, it gets stark. People lose interest and memory hole things at an astonishing rate. Look at that. Just put out in data how fast people stop caring about the truth.
Prior to the invasion, according to Top 10 VPN, a privacy monitoring service. Although the demand has gone down, it's still just about 500% above normal, which is insane. Many Russians are curious to know the other side, and many already do. We've seen anti-war protests all around Russia. We've seen courageous journalists live on Russian television protest the war, like Marina Ovsyannikova, for example. And we've seen people around the world begin to try to penetrate Putin's fierce propaganda bubble, and it can't hold out forever. Although a lot of tactics have been copied from the successful 2014 misinformation campaigns, this time there's been far less success with it, and the brave dissidents of Russia will not go down easily.
Based, because once again, I want to be clear, the Russian people are not bad. There are countless Russians who are not happy with the state of their country. I've got Russian fans. I don't want them to suffer. I don't want them to suffer from the consequences of Putin's actions. I don't think Putin should be in power, nor do they want Putin to be in power. This is a case in which the Ukrainian people and the Russian people are victims of the oligarchy's plots to hold power. Even in 2014, when I was 13 years old, I hated Putin. Are you Russian? I'm moderate left, but I hate Putin. I hated him even when I was a conservative. Are you Russia or a Russian? CF3300? I have a decent amount of Russian viewers, not a ton, but a few, and they have to use VPNs to watch me, I guess. So, oh, I'm not Russian. Damn, I thought I had an in, guys. Listen, I'm currently planning to go to Russia and do the funniest thing ever. All right, I need a Russian fan to provide me a place to stay while I'm there. I got to do something. I got to go there and handle some problems, guys. The Russian people as a whole don't deserve anything the same as the Israeli people. A government's actions do not taint the people's own rights. Exactly, right? Ride the Trans-Siberian Railway? Yeah, I could just go in through Siberia, true. Do something funny. That doesn't sound shady? Dude, the day Putin dies of a heart attack or something like that, I'm just gonna tweet, all right, I'm back from Russia. Stream today is going to go crazy. And leave it at that. Very normal activities shall occur. Anyway, with all that said, in Minecraft, all of that was said in Minecraft, by the way, then please consider leaving a like if you enjoyed. Obviously, comment as well, whether you're watching live or when this goes up as its own video. Every single like is like casting a blue ballot for YouTube to push my content to more people in the algorithm. I really do appreciate it. Please consider dropping a like, a comment, a sub, ring the bell icon, and follow my social medias linked down below, especially my Blue Sky. And don't forget to join my fan Discord as well. It's the main hub of my fan base and community, and at least once a week, notably tomorrow, I host gaming events, call-in streams, or watch parties, and I also announce all my new uploads and streams. So if you want to be a part of that, make sure you're in my Discord. And of course, finally, if you want to support me directly, you can afford it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buy some merch, the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me though, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. Are you implying that you would game end Putin? Because I think that, what you said sounds really innocent. Yeah, I would never do that. What do you mean? I would never hurt Putin. I would have a beer with Putin. I have this really cool scientific pouring implement that I'd love to try out. Yeah, Putin's a nice guy. What do you mean? What did he do wrong? What'd Putin do? Why would I hate Putin? Is it a teapot, Zan? It might be a teapot. It might be a teapot from China. Putin is apparently straight edge. I don't buy that shit. Putin and Trump both claim they don't drink or smoke. I don't buy that shit. Trump claims to be a teetotaler. I don't buy it. There's no way Trump doesn't get his shit wrecked off coke and liquor. That motherfucker does coke and he gets drunk off his ass, dude. You know for a fact he does. Trump parties. There's no way Trump is as rich as he is and doesn't party. He cheats on his wife with strippers. Like, he definitely parties. Or porn stars. But regardless, he parties, okay? He's drinking and doing coke. Like every other rich person is doing. He does Adderall and shits his pants? That would be funny if he was an Adderall addict, yeah. Is that a thing? Do Adderall addicts shit themselves? How's Blue Sky doing? Get stream sniped. Someone replied to my tweet on stream. All right. We'll check YouTube too. How's it doing? Oh my God. We are once again 30 subs away from another 100 sub milestone. We will be at the 99,500 subs after 30 more subs are gained. We're 30 away from 99,500. Dude. Y'all are fucking crazy. What the heck? You guys are actually fucking crazy. I hope y'all know that. I'm sure 80-year-old Trump does exotic drugs and alcohol. Crack and beer are for the poors. Yeah, no, Trump's definitely, he's definitely doing some crazy shit. So close, we can do it. We can, in fact, diet Mountain Dew it, I think. I think we totally can. Here, let me name that last segment and upload it really fast. Or I should say send the segment to my editor. How Trump brainwashed America. Simple title, How Trump Brainwashed America. There we go. How Trump Brainwashed America. That is going to be a banger. I can call it right now. I can already smell it. That video is going to pop off. No, Xanderholtz, like what all the QAnoners say, Trump gets high off the blood of kidnapped children who are being held in a pizza place's basement. Dude, imagine if all of that ends up being true. Like, imagine if in the coming years it comes out that Pizzagate was true, but it was the Republicans all along. It was literally MAGA. They have a pizza place where they have children, and, like, it's all true. Imagine that one school shooting that was done by a trans dude was... like what Alex Jones said about Sandy Hook. Imagine that was actually that. And it just comes out that every single allegation the right has made towards the left in the recent years has just been them announcing their plans. Like, down to the detail. They just, like, self-report with projection. The Republicans... No, I wouldn't say they did that in any seriousness, Gun Invalid. Maybe don't try it. You know, I'm gonna mute you, Gun Invalid, because you need a 10-minute mute. Everything you said in chat is either Like, basically trying to get my stream banned or falsely saying my stream is dead because your internet's bad. So I'm going to give you a 10-minute mute so you can know that I'm serious. You gotta learn proper stream viewing etiquette, Gun Invalid. Alright. Let me bring up the next segmentarino.
All right.
All right, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, guys. I was recommended an Adam Mockler video to check out. Apparently, it covers the aftermath of something that I already did a segment on. And exactly what I predicted would happen seems to have happened. MAGA bros lose everything in Trump coins. For those who don't know, there was a institution called World Liberty Financial that started a Trump-branded cryptocurrency endorsed by Trump. You could buy it. There was no way to sell. In fact, I don't think there was any way to trade or do transactions with this coin, basically making it not even a real crypto. Well, apparently, exactly what I said was going to happen has happened, and Trump has sold his coins, apparently. That's what I would assume, and, a lot of Trump supporters got scammed. We are absolutely going to sit here and laugh our asses off at conservatives and MAGA voters losing money. Yes, they voted against the rights of women and minorities in this country to line their own pockets, so them losing money because of Trump, you better believe our only response is to point and to laugh.
All right, there's something bizarre going on in MAGA world, and it's going to leave a lot of Trump supporters burnt. A few weeks back, when Trump won the election, all of the crypto markets began surging. Bitcoin hit all-time highs, and you know, that's fine. Bitcoin is at least more legit than Dogecoin.
Is this about all of the meme coins around Trump, too? Oh, this goes even further than Trump. Okay. This goes further than I even thought this video covered. So, you might already know this, but the realm of crypto and NFTs has been a landscape of scammers and bullshit artists for years now. That's like the first thing that should come to mind when you think NFT or crypto is scammer. Those are tied together inseparably. There are a lot of things called shitcoins, which are these low effort, 5 seconds in the spotlight crypto coins that are usually made as pump and dumps for those behind them and those that got in on the ground floor. And a lot of these shit coins will have dumb names or be related to something that is currently really popular. And so Peanut coin is in reference to that squirrel I mentioned earlier, Peanut, a squirrel that had been put down in like New York City or something. And so the right turned it into a whole like the left-wing government wants to murder your pets type deal. And it actually got a lot of traction. People were saying, pray for Peanut. Kamala Harris killed Peanut. Kamala lied. Peanut died. That kind of thing. They turned it into a successful meme. And so Peanut became a successful crypto that no doubt some chud out there is scamming a bunch of other chuds out of and making a ton of money off of. And then Trog, I don't even know what Trog stands for. It's probably an acronym for something else related to Trump. Anyway, just thought I'd explain what's going on here. It seems like all of the scammers that also follow Trump have successfully scammed a bunch of other Trump supporters, which is quite funny.
Coin, which also hit all-time highs. A cryptocurrency called Peanut tripled, and these are called meme coins. The meme coins have absolutely no value whatsoever beyond being memes, and that led to articles like this. Inside Donald Trump's meme coin holdings, Peanut and Trog soar post-election win. Now, if you don't know what the hell that means, don't worry, you're not alone. I didn't know what that meant a few hours ago earlier, but this is part of a larger push that the Trump administration will be making towards a crypto Federal Reserve, and there's an economist, Peter Schiff, who broke broke down why this would absolutely tank the economy. But even beyond this large-scale crypto reserve, on a small scale, all of the people who have gotten sucked up into this Elon Musk algorithm, all of the bros who rely on Joe Rogan's word like it's the gospel, have been buying into these meme coins, have been buying in.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is, trading is always a zero-sum game, but when you're trading these crypto meme...
Well, what you need to remember is there's not a shred of legislation around crypto. Market manipulation for crypto is not a crime. Take, like, let's say Elon Musk decides to buy a bunch of shares of Apple, and then goes on Twitter and says, guys, Apple is about to go to the moon, buy, and tweets that. And a bunch of people buy, and then he sells all of the shares. That's a federal crime. Like a big deal. It's called market manipulation. It is a big fucking deal. You will go to prison for it. Doesn't matter how successful you are. It's a really big deal. Best case scenario is you get a massive fine, but you might go to prison for it. Market manipulation is not a fucking joke. Like the government don't fuck around with that shit, nor do the powers that be in the stock market in corporate America. But with crypto, it's fully unregulated, meaning that what Elon probably did was made hundreds of millions, if not billions, in recent years off of telling people to buy cryptos that he'd just bought and then selling once they hit their peak. This is market manipulation, the same as it would be for a stock, a federal crime if it was a stock, but because it's crypto, it's not. Trump, Elon, and countless other multi-millionaire scammers like them have probably made billions since the blow-up of crypto off of scamming their gullible followers with pump and dumps. This is like a lot of the money in these spaces is just scammed from each other.
Shitcoins is what people call them. It's more than a zero-sum game. You're going to get rug pulled. Very often, you will get completely rug pulled, meaning you put in a lot of money.
I hate to say it, but Andrew Tate worded it better than anyone else has. For one person to win big at crypto, a lot of people have to lose.
And then some whale pulls out all of their money and you rapidly lose everything. So drop a like, subscribe, let's jump in, and let's start off with the serious, larger scale. So this Reuters article dropped this morning rating crypto industry jockeys for seats at Trump's promised council. So the crypto industry superstars are all trying to get seats at Trump's new council. A slew of crypto companies are jostling for a seat on President-elect Donald Trump's Crypto Advisory Council, seeking a say in his planned overhaul of U.S. policy, according to several digital asset industry executives. Campaigning at a July Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Trump promised a new council as a part of a crypto-friendly administration. But here's the thing. For people watching this, I would be okay with a crypto-friendly administration. I would actually say a crypto-friendly administration would be cool, but Donald Trump has an extreme plan to make America the crypto capital of the world, and that's not cool.
We're not going back to the gold standard. We're going to the Bitcoin standard. We're so fucked.
When he recently started a new crypto company named World Liberty Financial and put his son, Beavis and Butthead, as the head of this company.
I brought it up earlier. World Liberty Financial is Trump's personal crypto scam. His rug pull that he has personally endorsed.
This situation is what the term conflict of interest was invented for. This is a straight up conflict of interest. So now, several top US crypto companies are clamoring for seats at the table. The Crypto Council would likely be housed under the White House's Economic Council, which coordinates and implements the president's economic policies. But here's the thing. Honestly, I hope this is one of those scenarios where Trump goes back on his word, because if he plans on turning us into the crypto capital of the world, let's see what Peter Schiff says about this, who is a respected economist. He said, if the US government actually established a hashtag Bitcoin reserve and bought 1 million Bitcoin, which is Trump's plan, it might end up buying millions.
All right, let's do the math on this. I'm just curious, how much money would it cost to buy 1 million Bitcoin? What's Bitcoin at right now? Like 64,000 per Bitcoin? Let's check. Hold on, that's my recordings. Bitcoin value. Let's check. Oh! Damn! Bitcoins are at 100K? No wonder people are... Well, it's up $582 in value, which is only 0.60% today. I imagine Bitcoin's probably been skyrocketing since Trump took office, because a lot of people are going to probably think it's gaining a load of value, right? Okay, let's do the math on that then. 98,333, let's assume it happened right now, times one... How much do you want to buy? 1 million Bitcoin. Oh my god. Okay. How much would 1 million Bitcoin cost? Let's find out. Holy fucking shit. Okay. About $100 billion. Just short. I should have been able to do this math in my head because it's so close to a full 100K times a million. But damn near $100 billion. At $98,333,000,000 is how much it would cost for the US to buy 1 million Bitcoin at its current value.
It's more. Just hold on and listen for 1 second. Since the US government's purchase of 1 million Bitcoin would drive up the price so high, many people hanging on for dear life who don't want...
This is true, yeah. It would drive up the coin massively, and then everyone would sell, which would tank its value, and then the US would have nothing. Oh my god, he's so right. Because who the fuck would hold their Bitcoin after that?
Who don't want to sell, then worth millions of dollars, would finally begin cashing out to spend their windfalls. This would cause the market to crash, forcing the US government to print even more dollars to buy more Bitcoin to prevent the price from crashing further, thereby diminishing the value of its Bitcoin reserve. Of course, a reserve of something you can never sell and must continuously buy is worthless as a reserve. To maintain the pretense that its Bitcoin reserve has actual value, the US government would be forced to keep buying, in the process destroying the value of the dollar. This would mean that Bitcoin prices would keep...
Isn't it crazy that Bitcoin might hit $100,000 the same day I hit 100K subs? That's fucking crazy.
Rising and rising, and the US government would have to print even more money to just buy more Bitcoin. Ultimately, so many dollars would be printed to buy Bitcoin that the US would experience hyperinflation, rendering the dollar completely useless. Once the dollar is worthless, the US could no longer keep buying Bitcoin. Instead, it would have to sell all the Bitcoin it holds to try to pay its bills, leading to the complete collapse of Bitcoin. In the end, Bitcoin would have succeeded in destroying the dollar, but the victory would be short-lived as Bitcoin would be destroyed along with it. At least those who sold to the US government to buy real assets would be rich. The people who never sold their Bitcoin or kept their savings in dollars would be completely wiped out. It goes without saying that this scenario would be an unmitigated disaster for the US. That's why it's highly unlikely the Bitcoin reserve will ever be established, let alone built up to the level suggested by RFK Jr. So, not only is that a terrifying vision of the future, but I'm also hoping that that never happens. So after Trump won, we get titles like this: Dogecoin, a joke no more. And if you don't know what Dogecoin is, again, it is...
I need you to understand that our country is run now by scammers. Like, the douchebag tech bros on Twitter who, like, rug pull each other and make millions off of, like, scamming their own followers, these are the people who now control our government for at least the next 2 to 4 years. The dudes that you see on Twitter posting their ape JPEGs that they spent $10,000 on, those dudes are the types of people now running our government. As of, obviously, what is it, January 20th? January 12th? When's the inauguration? They certify the votes on January 6th, and I think the inauguration's like Jan 12th, right? It's either January 21st or 12th. I don't know, or it's 20th. Okay. I was off by 1 day. It's the 20th, not the 21st. My bad.
Is what DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is named after. It's this named after this dog, this Doge, a meme from 2015, 2016 maybe.
I hate that Kabosu has been co-opted by the right into a method for scamming others and popularizing and like cutesifying their hate and their ideas, right? That for those who don't know, Kabosu is the name of the Shiba Inu that the Doge meme is about. That's the real dog's name, and she passed away recently. About 1.5 years ago, maybe she passed away. She was like 17 years old, 16 years old, a pretty old like Shiba. She lived a long, happy life. Her owner seems to have taken a really good care of her. I follow the owner on Twitter. So yeah, I mean, it happened with Pepe too. It's different though. I guess it's more akin to Harambe though, an actual like living thing that after its death was like martyred by the right and turned into a symbol for them. Peanut too. Same goes for Peanut, the squirrel.
This is the official logo. You can even see the chart right here. Ever since about the 6th, ever since the election, it just skyrockets. It absolutely skyrockets. But most of the people...
You need to understand that the line, like MAGA and crypto bros, the Venn diagram's just a circle. It's just a circle. Trump winning, every crypto bro voted for Trump. Every stock in crypto bro voted for Trump because they are 1,000% certain it would be the best for them. They're clearly going to make a lot of money off of this unless they sell. The thing about this is they can't really make money off of this unless they sell, right? So the early adopters might sell, and that's going to tank the value a shit ton. I don't know, man. I don't know how long this growth can be sustained for Bitcoin, especially not with what's going to happen in the coming years. We'll see.
People buying into this are not super smart, aware investors who know that they're going to be in it for decades for compound.
Dude, imagine buying Bitcoin when it's at $98,000 per coin. Granted, I said the same thing when it was at 50K. But, like, imagine buying Bitcoin when it's at this much of a spike. You got to wait for a bull at least if you're smart. Like, wait for, like, a drop down to, like, around here or something, you know, and then buy. Because maybe it gets back up here one day, but, like, check and see if there's a dip. Like, if you just know these things, you don't want to buy here. This is the worst time to buy.
Growth. These are bros who scroll through their Twitter algorithm and are throwing some money in. And you know what? If you're doing that, that's fine. I have a friend who threw 20 bucks in. That's no big deal. He's just gambling 20 bucks like he's on a sports app.
Who do you think sold here? Do you think some dude who mined like 1,000 Bitcoins back in the day sold here and just tanked the value? Because someone sold, one person caused this for sure. This dip was caused by a person who had a shitload of Bitcoin and sold enough to cause this.
But I just saw a video on Twitter where somebody lost $4,000 on one of these. Like, look at this video that's on screen right now. It reads, when your first rug pull turns into a...
This is a 14-year-old who created his own crypto scam and rug pulled his followers live on stream. And I think he made like $30,000 off of it. If you're wondering how fucked Gen Z is, they're doing live streams where they rug pull their followers at 14 years old.
Life lesson. This kid, he's just a little kid, created his own token, scammed everyone, and then made $30,000 himself, and then walked away and just flipped off the screen. I mean, he's being arrogant about it, freaking out, flipping the screen off. He just scammed a bunch of people. He made 30 grand. Honestly, if you're a grown man and you're putting your money into a cryptocurrency that was made by a kid, and you know that it's made by a kid, I mean, he was live streaming all of this.
These are the purchases of the crypto going in live. He's freaking out on live as like people are buying up this crypto.
You deserve everything that happens to you. You deserve to get flipped off by this cringe kid.
They
And
do.
just, if you zoom out,
deserve it.
this is going to start happening en masse.
To be clear, the people who now run our government are so stupid that 14-year-olds can scam them out of $30,000 in an hour. It's bad, guys. It's bad.
Happens when Elon Musk uses Twitter to boost all of these absolutely absurd shitcoins. They are called shitcoins. Bitcoin is at least a little bit legit in my mind. I don't have any money in Bitcoin. I don't think
It's not. It's the only reason why people look at Bitcoin as legit is because it has a relatively stable value that rises rather than falls most of the time. But Bitcoin has always been as much of a scam as every other crypto. The reason why everyone always knew that annoying guy at work who tried to get you into Bitcoin back in the day was because that guy already had a bunch of Bitcoin. And the more people, much like a pyramid scheme, he can get to buy Bitcoin, that raises the value, and then he can sell. And he bought in earlier, which means that his value in Bitcoin, the more people buy, the more his holding is worth. And so if he can, much like a multi-level marketing scheme, get more and more people in, one day, maybe, as long as everyone who got in early continues to do that, the value will spike to a point where they can sell, like whoever the fuck caused this dip did. And so that's why everyone always knew that annoying guy at the water cooler trying to get you into Bitcoin is because he wanted to scam you. If you could fall for it and sell and buy after he's already bought, then he's made money off of you. Anyone who buys after you do, when a thing continues to gain value like this, they've made money off of you if you bought after them. That's how that works. The people who buy the soonest get to sell when things reach their peak, and they make the most money. The risk is obviously maybe things don't peak, maybe they dip, maybe they flatline, you make no profit. But when it's, something like Bitcoin, which has had so long of pretty strong growth, people see it as legitimate, but it's no different than any other coin. It just wasn't made for the sole purpose of a pump and dump. But like by nature, just like stocks, a lot of people have to lose for anyone to win big. Like, one person winning big requires thousands upon thousands of people to lose on smaller investments.
Ever will put money in Bitcoin, but that's at least a little bit legitimate. By the way, none of this is investing advice. Do whatever the hell you want. I'm just saying, I see Bitcoin as a little bit more legit than Dogecoin, but none of those match like the S&P 500 because, again, when you're buying Google, when you're buying...
Well, yeah, if you're going to invest, buy an index fund like the S&P 500, right? Like, just, you're basically betting on the economy being healthy. But frankly, I sold my S&P 500 SPDR shares. I sold them after the election. I made a decent bit of profit, and the stock market's still going up, which is nice. I could have made more, but I feel like I pulled out at a good time because, holy fuck, do I not want to be holding any stocks when Trump takes office? Because you know that once things start to plummet and you try to sell, the companies like Robinhood and stuff are going to try to delay the sell-offs. They're going to try to, like, do it slowly and stagger how quickly people are selling the stock, like they did when people were buying GME. So yeah, I just want to get out ahead of that and get my stock sold, make my profit, and get the hell out of the stock market before Trump takes office.
Buying a share of Google, you're buying a share of a company that has offices across the country. I mean, Google owns YouTube. They have a product. They have millions, probably 1 billion consumers. Peanut, the cryptocurrency that Donald Trump currently owns, it has none of that. Peanut is not a company, it's a meme. Donald Trump's 2024 election win has fueled a huge surge in Trump-themed meme coins, with Peanut the squirrel taking the lead. Peanut the squirrel being named after the squirrel who was euthanized in New York and has since turned into a culture war issue for right-wingers who think that that was an overreach of the government, even though it was just normal protocol. Trump's crypto portfolio is now filled with other intriguing tokens. The thing is, Donald Trump has his own profile on these accounts, and Trump gets donations on that account. This is Trump's account. He has $13 million in there, and he holds Trump Coin, Ethereum, WEThe, MVP, Conan, Baby Trump. He owns some MAGA, but I mean, it's absolutely absurd that this dude not only owns crypto. I mean, I don't really care about that part of it.
He's got 9.25 million in Trump Coin, 1.75 million in Ethereum. Why would he not invest? If he was smart, he would have put that 9.25 million or however much how would he buy at? I guess it doesn't say, but like whatever he bought at, if he had put like a fraction of this into Ethereum instead, he'd have made more. Ethereum's far better. Like Ethereum is basically baby Bitcoin.
If he wants to own crypto, that's none of my business, but he owns all of these shit coins and is leveraging his position as the most powerful person in the United States, in a few months at least, to then pump these shit coins, and eventually, I'm sure, they will get rug pulled. I can almost guarantee you that many of the bros, or women even, who are throwing their money into these shit coins...
In the case of crypto, they're all either rug pulls or they're going to pop. In the case of Bitcoin, Bitcoin is going to pop, and when that bubble pops, a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money. Ethereum too. Those are not rug pulls. They are legitimate quote unquote cryptos. But, like I said, with any crypto, a lot of people have to lose for anyone to gain. So it is a scam in that sense on a base level. But Ethereum and Bitcoin are, they've been stably rising. Like Ethereum, I believe this is accurate, is at like nearly 4,000 per coin. So
coins will not be happy in a year. It's not a long-term investment. None of this is financial advice, but be careful if you're going to throw your money into Trump coin. I know none of you guys would ever do that, but there are other ones that may be more alluring. Even if there were a Kamala coin, I wouldn't throw my money in that, even if Kamala asked me to, because I would donate to her campaign, as I did a lot, but I'm not going to throw it into some scam coin that Donald Trump is promoting. It is absolutely absurd, and it will not end well. Drop a like, subscribe, have a great rest of your day, and I'll...
True! Yeah. Donald Trump does not give a fuck about you. If you're a Trump supporter and you watch this video, for one, I'm impressed you got this far. Comment something like, I don't know, eggplant down below so I know you watched this far. Dude, he doesn't care about you. You are nothing but a source of financial gain for him. And a source of ego inflation as well. He's pretty big on that. Trump loves having his ego inflated. So, maybe don't cuck yourself out to this, like, billionaire? Maybe? Like, maybe... Or is Trump a millionaire or a billionaire? I'm pretty sure he's just a millionaire. Is he a billionaire? I don't know. Do not cuck yourself out to this rich guy who doesn't care about you, who just wants to make money off of you and use your validation to inflate his ego. Like, come on. Have like, some balls, bro. Like, stand up to this, like, dumbass who's turning you into his cuck. You're his concubine, bro. Anyway. Thank you so much for watching this segment. If you enjoyed, consider leaving a like, whether you're watching live or after the fact. Every thumbs up is like casting a blue ballot for YouTube to push my content in the algorithm to new and old viewers alike. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, consider following my social medias down below, including my Blue Sky, and joining my Discord server if you haven't already. It is the main hub and core of my fan base. And on top of that, I host at least once a week gaming events, call-in streams, watch parties, sorry. And on top of that, I announce all my new uploads and streams there. So if you haven't already, join my Discord, make sure you hop on in, and if you want to support me directly, financially, and you've got the money for it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me, though, I hope you enjoyed, and as always, have a good one. Whew, that was a solid segment, I'd say. And boy, do I have to pee. Guys, I will be right back. I have a lot to read from you guys, a lot to say, but first I must use the restroom, because I don't feel like holding it. Does not feel good. BRB, guys. Monster Energy be doing that to me. Yo, yo, yo! I am back. Thank you so much for being so patient, guys. Monster Energy is demonic on the bladder, I must say. It really, really is. Whoop! Let me mark that topic off the list real fast. And let's title and upload that segment. I got one more topic for us to cover today before I start wrapping things up for the night. I will admit, I feel a little bit overwhelmingly tired, so I am glad that we're almost wrapped up for the night, because I feel lightheaded from being tired. I've been grinding WoW with the boys quite hard. Cool channel piece. Have a good one, Art Vandelay. Hopefully you enjoyed your time, or your stay here. Alright, what am I gonna title this? MAGA voters are losing millions. In all caps. All right. Upload that segment real fast. Very nice, very nice. Very nice. All right. I hope you guys liked that segment. I feel like it was good. I'm proud of it. But now, we gotta talk about something a little more spicy that's in the news right now. Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. How is anybody acting surprised about this? Genuinely. Didn't we all find out like 3 years ago that Matt Gaetz had sex with an underage girl? I feel, if I remember right, like the excuse was that he was lied to about her age. But, like, didn't he literally have sex with an underage sex trafficking victim? And his only excuse was, I didn't know. They lied to me. I didn't know that the girl was underage. Didn't that, like, literally happen? And ended up being, like, big news for a week? Maybe I'm misremembering, but I could have sworn that was what happened. And it was big news for, like, 7 days. Anyway. Matt Gaetz was the Attorney General pick for Donald Trump's cabinet. Big news when it hit. A lot of people quite upset about it, obviously. But now he's stepping down. Because it turns out that was far from being the craziest thing in Matt Gaetz's history. Man's got some skeleton in his closet. Skeletons in his closet. And some of those skeletons came out to play. And, well, before Trump's administration could even take power, he's having to cull some problematic individuals from his cabinet. To be fair, though, Matt Gaetz apparently chose himself to step down here, but that is also exactly what he would have said if Trump made him step down. So, we'll see how this goes, but what a shining example of the type of people that Donald Trump has hired to work in his government. Let's watch.
We are following breaking news out of Washington. Just moments ago, former Congressman Matt Gaetz announced in a post on X he is withdrawing himself from consideration to be President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is following this breaking news for us. Ryan, Gaetz was just on Capitol Hill meeting with senators yesterday. Elon Musk and others were rallying, trying to get Republican senators.
Have you guys seen that one, like, giga cringe image? Trump and Elon playing McDonald's. I need to show you guys the most, like, cursed image of all time. Let me just show you a picture of the people who now run our country. I just need you guys to see this image. No, this is not fake. They took this photo of them eating McDonald's on Trump's private jet after the election results came out. This was their celebratory meal. RFK does not know what's happening or where he is, obviously. God damn, this is so... It looks like a YouTuber meetup. And you want to know why it looks like a YouTuber meetup? Because all 5 of these people are literally just, like, personalities. Like, right-wing populist, like, internet personalities that got big online and through TV. And so, when they sit down together... And mind you, the American people are cheering at this image because it looks like a podcast. When I say this looks like a group of podcast bros, I say it insultingly. When the American people see it, though, and they hear it, it's a compliment. I love the nice wrapped forks and knives for their eating McDonald's. Like they're not going to eat this with their hands. Like, who the fuck isn't going to eat these? If I get invited to eat McDonald's with Donald Trump and he insists I cut my burger into pieces, we're going to have a problem. Like, completely separate from politics. We're going to have a fucking problem if Trump tries to make me eat a burger by cutting it into pieces with a fork and knife, like the British do. I will lose my fucking mind if that is how my president eats burgers. Separate from all the political disagreements, if our president eats burgers with a fork and knife, we need to have a civil war. Like, we need to go back to being a real country if we elected a man who eats burgers like that. Because what the fuck? Fries and burgers? Fork and knife? Why? He eats his pizza with a fork and knife? What did we just do? Trump should have lost on those grounds alone. That's just anti-American. You're not British, Trump. Use your hands, bitch. Damn. Okay. Anyway, I just thought I'd draw attention to the little group of misfits running our country now.
Behind this nomination, what is Gaetz saying today?
He's saying that he doesn't want to distract from the Trump-Vance team's goals and what they want to get done in the coming years. I think one of the important things to note here is that senators were very...
There's a real news story. He eats KFC with a fork and knife too. Dude, I might just have to... I think I'll move to Canada. America doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't. America no longer exists. We've become Russia/Canada light. I might as well move to Canada. I genuinely argue Canada's more American than us now, because I'm pretty sure Justin Trudeau would eat a burger with his hands like a normal person.
Very reluctant to sort of be the first to stick their neck out and say that he wasn't going to get through. But I think clearly we can surmise based on...
Zan, please come to Mexico. Yeah, I'd be down to go to Mexico. Sounds pretty based there.
In his meetings, that this would have been a really uphill battle for him and perhaps wasn't even in the cards at all for him to get actually through confirmation here. It would have been an extraordinary set of circumstances, events. This has been a trickle that's been coming out. There's more information coming out, by the hour, by the day about this investigation. And, we had the New York Times story last night. That
Why is it that, conservative pundits like this always look the part? Look at this dude. You would not let this man babysit your kids. Once you saw him, you'd just be like, oh, whoa, something just came up. I got to stay home. Sorry. Yeah, have a good one. And then you'd find a different babysitter. Let's be real here. I mean, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but Matt Gaetz, well, Matt Walsh too, but Matt Gaetz looks like a rapist. If I see a dude who looks like Matt Gaetz, I get the Hank Hill, whoa, shivers up my spine, because my body is giving me a subconscious reaction to someone so creepy. He has rape eyebrows. Those are rapist eyebrows. I'm sorry. If you have those eyebrows, get rid of them. Shave them and draw them on, because if you're not a rapist, you should not want to look like that. Why would he let his eyebrows do that?
Showed a lot of these connections. We've had some incredible...
It's the Botox. You're not wrong, scapegoat. It's with these people, it's always the Botox that makes them look so, demonic into their 40s and 50s, doesn't it?
Reporting at NBC News about some of the victims in this case, and it would have gotten extremely ugly. So now what we're not going to see is a target of a criminal investigation in recent Justice Department history take the reins of the Justice Department himself in the coming months.
A couple questions here. Have we heard anything from President-elect Trump? This was his pick. And also,
have you ever noticed, by the way, so many conservative pundits have the same, just physiognomy, whatever the term is for, the face structure thing? Particularly these, swooping upwards eyebrows. Have you noticed this is really common with conservative pundits? Actually, what I would like to do is get a, get the headshots of every popular conservative pundit and then just screen cap their eyes and eyebrows and just post side-by-sides of all of them. They have the same eyes and faces. And you want to know why I think that? Do you want to know why I think this look, just cover everything but those eyebrows and eyes up? That particular look in the eyes is so popular with conservative pundits, is that there is this smugness. They have sort of a resting, J.D. Vance has the same type of eyebrows, for an idea of what I'm talking about. It's the smugness inherent in their resting face, where everything they say, and when they say it, it looks like they're saying it to trigger the libs. They're making their most smug face constantly. And the more smug you can be as a conservative, the more successful you will be. Because nothing pisses off those that disagree with you more than being smug and wrong. And so people like Matt Gaetz, Ben Shapiro, J.D. Vance, they succeed because their faces upset progressives, not just what they have to say and do.
Himself in the coming months.
I really feel like there's so much psychology to be gained from like the eyes of these people. Look. Tell me you have not seen these same pairs of eyes 100 times on these people's faces.
Couple questions here. Have we heard anything from President-elect Trump? This was his pick. And also, do we have a sense of who other contenders may be who might replace Gaetz in this position then?
Yeah. Here, there is literally an image of J.D. Vance and Gaetz right next to each other. Can you not tell exactly what I mean when I say this now? They have the same physiognomy. Like, I'm pretty sure Gaetz will look the same as J.D. Vance when he gets to J.D. Vance's age. Like, their eyes in particular are the same, bro.
Who other contenders may be who might replace Gaetz in this position then?
Yeah, it's a great question. I haven't seen any reaction yet from...
and among conservative women, it's always blonde bimbos. It's always doughy-eyed blonde bimbos. Every time. Doughy-eyed blonde bimbos from the Midwest or Canada. Midwest or Canada, doughy-eyed blonde bimbos. Those things always checked off. Or Russia. And there you go. You've got yourself like your average conservative female pundit.
From Donald Trump, but I haven't looked at my phone in the past couple of minutes. I'm sure we'll see something from him soon if he hasn't already. But in terms of the next pick, I think actually the next person in line naturally would be the Deputy Attorney General nominee, which is Todd Blanche, who's the criminal defense lawyer for Donald Trump in his in his.
And if they are a brunette, they're always wearing glasses. Always, from Boebert to fucking Palin. They're always wearing glasses.
Case in New York, and that's a pick that is sort of more quote normie within the normal realm here because he's someone with a lot of history at the Justice Department. He's a former federal prosecutor. He did a lot of these violent crime cases, so he has certainly the experience, the resume, and the background that you would expect of someone who is going to be nominated to take over the Justice Department. But of course, there is that very close relationship he has with Donald Trump, and just the historical oddity of having a criminal defendant president put in place at the top of the Justice Department, his criminal defense attorney.
Like, seriously, how is Matt... Like, I genuinely feel like Matt Gaetz could have been an actor and just been typecast as a villain and everything. Like, he's just got this look. Like, I could totally imagine Matt Gaetz having a successful career in Hollywood as, like, a B-list celebrity where he's just typecast as a villain. Like, a creepy white guy villain. If he was willing to take that role in countless, like, things, he would play it perfectly. He's got the look for it, you know what I mean? Like, you know how some actors get typecast into certain types of characters because they have a certain look to them? You know what I mean? Like, he could totally own a certain character in terms of, like, typecasted vibe, right? Like, he could play the evil, hateable, punchable face white guy villain in so many TV shows and have that market fucking cornered, dude. Just like Giancarlo Esposito has, like, that particular typecast that he's always cast. He's always Gus. If you're going to have a villain that's anywhere close to Gus in Breaking Bad, Giancarlo Esposito is the guy you cast, right? Matt Gaetz could be that too. You know what I mean? He'd make a great demon in Supernatural. Oh, you're cooking with that one, Princess Kristinokia. You are. He would make a good demon in Supernatural. Like some, low underling of Crowley or something. Yeah.
Attorney. So it certainly is a little bit strange, but I think certainly within the halls of the Justice Department right now, there's a huge sigh of relief for folks who are really worried about what that was going to look like with Matt Gaetz coming in as Attorney General. Yeah. Even if it does end up being Donald Trump's criminal defense attorney, I think that's going to be, for them, for people within the DOJ, that's going to be a lot better set of circumstances.
Todd Blanche, a normie, in your words, in maybe a not normie situation. We know Gaetz resigned from his post in Congress, presumably so he could become the Attorney General after being chosen. So what does this mean for him? He can't rejoin Congress, right?
Right, and the timing here is so critical because actually, overall, I think this was actually Matt Gaetz's best path, because if he had stayed in Congress, that report, that incredibly damning report from what we've heard, was going to come out. And so instead he gets nominated to be the Attorney General of the United States. Oops, no longer, you can't get that report out anymore, this trickle. And now, I expect he already has a podcast, right? You can sort of read the tea leaves and see where this is going to go.
What a great way to put it. He already has a podcast. You can kind of read the tea leaves and see where this is going to go. Yep. Conservative internet grifter. By end of year 2025, easy.
I suspect he'll be in sort of a more Steve Bannon-like position. He'll probably continue with that podcast, be a bombastic person sort of on the outside supporting Donald Trump and, claiming he was a victim of the deep state or what have you. It's sort of a predictable path I think we can see Matt Gaetz going to, because he's already sort of been that figure on his own, even when he was in Congress. He's been this very, out there, forward person who's really just, big on media, was partnered closely with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and, sort of an influencer within Congress, kind of. So I suspect we know where that is going to end, but, only time will tell. But
Isn't it crazy how AOC, probably the closest you could really point to as a figure on the left in the Democratic Party who has the kind of following and cult of personality that a right-wing figure has. But the only reason AOC has that isn't because she clickbaited on the internet and made rage posts. She just is the most popular politician maybe in the world. I may be wrong about this, but is AOC not one of the world's most popular politicians, if not the most popular? She's so popular, mind you, that the Trump voters in New York voted for her too. They voted Trump for president and then AOC for their congressional representative. So it's she's so popular, they like her across the aisle. AOC had to earn her following by just having policy and doing her job so well that she has maintained a very broad popularity, making her one of the most liked politicians ever, period, globally. And yet for people like this, they just got a path to a successful podcast once they get kicked out of government for passing around CP to other people in Congress or whatever. It's wild. You literally, to get the following anything close to this as a Dem, you have to be the most popular politician in the world and otherwise be a Republican.
I strongly suspect we're going to see him be hosting a podcast or, have some sort of role in the MAGA universe.
So, Ryan, Matt Gaetz has taken himself out of the running for this Attorney General position. We have yet to hear from the president-elect. Presumably, this is a decision that he would have given.
Mind you, the fact that AOC is so well liked just across the aisle really does go to show that her rhetoric and her policy is what can actually win the Dems elections. I would love to see. I want AOC to be America's first female president. A part of me is glad Harris didn't get that position because I feel like AOC deserves it more, and she will win. AOC's rhetoric, I don't care how racist and sexist the rhetoric against AOC would be if she ran when she's old enough. Dude, AOC is so popular. All she has to do is win the primaries, and I feel like she'd win the primaries. Hard, dude. Hard. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like AOC would dominate just based on how popular she is.
Given his blessing to bring us up to speed on where the other nominations stand, and have we gotten any new names for any new positions today? Because it's been coming pretty fast and furious.
AOC isn't popular with the money, though. That's the problem. That's definitely a holdup, TR, but neither are the Democrats. The narrative about the Dems having massive corporate funding is genuinely, it's a lie. The Dems, as far as corporate funding, have nothing. Some companies will donate to the Democratic Party because it's seen as, backing the values that are more popular with their supporter base. It's why, A very good example would be, what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg, who originally, with his wife, started a charity centered around helping people get registered to vote, has shut that down and now refuses to do anything that a Dem administration asks Facebook to do in terms of, like, taking down misinfo or, like, Hunter Biden's dick or whatever. So, like, a lot of companies run by people who have no progressive values will, like, fake support the Dems for the messaging, the aesthetic, the optics. But outside of that, the Dems lack a lot of corporate funding. It's mostly grassroots funding compared to the Republicans, which have, like, the entire corporate landscape fully backing them. The Dems have already been massively disadvantaged financially in the world of, like, corporate financed politics for a long time. I don't actually think AOC being the nominee would change much. I think the Dems would rely just as much on grassroots donations and volunteer canvassing as they already do. Remember, the Republicans have so much money, they'll just bribe $1 million a day in swing states to people to vote for Trump. The Dems have to get people to volunteer for free to knock doors, okay? That alone tells you the level of money the Republicans are working with compared to the Dems. It's apples to oranges, bro. Not even close.
It has. And, I've been mostly focused on the Gaetz thing, full disclosure. So that's, Justice Department is where my realm is. But there's certainly been, a lot of these nominees that are continuing to trickle in. I think, obviously, the big question now is who is going to be that next Attorney General pick. Todd Blanche is, because right now he's the Deputy Attorney General nominee on paper. Does he end up being the Attorney General nominee? What happens next?
As far as you know, Blanche there are no investigations against Blanche. There are not any obvious skeletons in the closet.
No, and he's, he has a good reputation. I think, within SDNY, within the Southern District of New York, within the Justice Department community at large, obviously is pretty hard charging during when he was defending Donald Trump. But, this is someone who I think, was in the position at a big law firm and then decided to step out on his own and, align himself with Donald Trump. But it still is someone who I think was brought up in that institutional knowledge. And certainly, I think the way that when I've been talking to folks within DOJ about this, it's like he has a line, right? And that's the sort of the more important thing, whereas that wasn't the belief about Matt Gaetz.
Vaughn, I'll start with you. I know we have new...
So, Matt Gaetz is now cooked. He's out. He's out of Congress. He's not getting the Attorney General position. He's cooked. Thank God, am I right? Obviously, he's still going to be around, like, yapping on the sidelines and pushing for conservative politics as, like, a right-wing podcast or whatever. But he's done. His career's done. He's genuinely cooked. Isn't it nice that this early we're already getting, I guess not happy endings, but happy conclusions to the stories of some of these awful people? I need you to realize that this happening less than a month after the election results come out is very, very representative of how the next 4 years are going to go. Expect Trump's cabinet to change faces and names constantly. If anyone goes against Trump, they will get fired. If anyone says something Trump doesn't like, they'll get fired. If anyone makes him look bad, they'll get fired. Expect a lot of people to get fired in the coming years and replaced, especially after scathing allegations of sexual impropriety come out about them. Because believe me, a sea of those are about to be coming out to the public in the coming years. Oh boy. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you thought it was entertaining, educational, or enjoyable, consider casting a blue ballot for me over at YouTube by putting a like on this video or this stream if you're watching live, of course, and comment down below as well, even if it's something silly and pointless. It does help the channel immensely when you like and comment, and same goes for subscribing so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, you should definitely consider following my social medias linked down below, especially my new Blue Sky account, and joining my fan Discord server, linked down below in the description as well. It's the main hub of my fan base, and I host gaming events, call-in streams, or watch parties there at least once a week, and announce all my new uploads and streams there. So if you really want to be a part of, like, the community, you want to make sure to join the Discord. Links are, of course, in the description of all my streams and videos. And of course, finally, if you want to support me directly, you can afford it and you feel like it, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, YouTube, Patreon, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or buying some merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description as well. I do have merch. But with all that said, regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like that was a good final segment for the stream. What do you guys think? And just overall, how was today's stream? Bangin'! I'm glad to hear it, guys. Great stream, Zan. Good segment from YouTube chat this time. Hell yeah, Gun Invalid. You should be unmuted, by the way. Sorry for the mute. It was only a 10-minute mute. I just felt you needed a warning, because you were posting cringe too much in chat. Yeah, I get it. It's all good. It's all good. I mean nothing but love with it, okay? Was a good stream? Good stream. Too much cringe. Good stream. I just finished my workout for some reason. I'm not feeling abs today. Dude, my stomach doesn't feel good either. I feel that, like, tiredness nausea right now. That's why I'm wrapping up stream instead of doing gaming now that I've finished up segments. I would normally do a few more hours of gaming, but my tummy is all, like, woozy from how tired I am. Oh, man. Solid stream. Glad to have discovered your channel today. Hell yeah, Signalizing. Thank you. I really like that you liked the stream, and I hope that you enjoy your stay here on the channel. Welcome, welcome. You got here just in time. You're going to be here before 100K. Ain't that based? Tiredness nausea sucks. Yes, it does. So speaking of which, I think it's time for some sleepy vibes. With all that said, guys, I love you all so much. I hope you all have an amazing, amazing night. I will see you here tomorrow and at the watch party after tomorrow's stream. And yeah, I love you all very much. Thank you for watching. And as always, I hope you have a good one. Thank you so much for being here. Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Last stream, by the way, below 100K subs. Huge. Historical event. Thank you guys so much for watching. I love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye! Doo-doo fart.